Deepfake. Screenplay generated by Google Gemini. Prompts and code by Leon Nichols. Inside Hartigan's apartment at night. Dust motes dance in the flickering light of holographic ads splashed across the grimy walls, visions of gleaming futures at odds with the apartment's decay. Takeout containers and overflowing ashtrays crowd a coffee table, vying for space with a half-empty bottle of whiskey. In the corner, a broken lamp, haphazardly patched with duct tape, casts a weak, jaundiced glow. Hartigan sits heavily in a worn armchair, a faded Polaroid clutched in his hand. The holographic shimmer of a luxury space washes over the photo, briefly illuminating Sarah's smiling face. Hartigan's calloused thumb traces her features, his eyes a mixture of love and aching loss.
A luxury space cruise. Sarah. Now that's what I call an escape. Though, right now, I'd settle for a working garbage disposal. Another year gone and the world keeps spinning, keeps changing into something I don't recognize anymore.
He sighs, placing the photo on the table beside a worn, leather-bound photo album. He opens a notebook, picks up a pen, clicks it a few times dry. He throws it onto the desk in frustration, the sound sharp in the quiet apartment. Inside Hartigan's apartment nights years ago during a flashback. A younger Hartigan, his face less lined, sits at his desk, surrounded by case files. Sarah enters, her face alight with excitement, a datapad clutched in her hand.
Jack, you won't believe this. I think I'm onto something big.
That's great, Sarah. Can it wait? I'm up to my neck in this Lawson case.
Lawson, that corrupt old dinosaur. What about him?
He's dirty, Sarah. I can feel it. Just gotta find the proof.
There are more important things than Lawson, Jack. This is about the future. About protecting people from...
I am protecting people, Sarah. One case at a time.
Sometimes I don't understand you, Jack. You're so focused on the past. You can't see the dangers right in front of us.
What dangers?
I'll tell you later. I'm meeting a source. Someone who knows about the project.
She leans down, kisses him on the cheek. The scent of jasmine lingers in the air.
Try not to work too late. I'll bring home takeout.
Oh, fine.
Sarah exits, her eyes shining with an excitement Hartigan now recognizes as a dangerous premonition. Inside Hartigan's apartment nights back to present. The phone rings, shattering the silence. He stares at it, the ringing echoing the unanswered questions that haunt him.
The project, what was it, Sarah? What were you so worried about?
The phone continues to ring. He hesitates, then picks up, his voice gruff.
Hartigan.
Dad, it's me, Emily. I need to see you. It's about Mom.
Inside Hartigan's apartment at night years ago during a flashback. The aroma of takeout fills the air, a fragile domesticity against the backdrop of Hartigan's obsession. Sarah sets a steaming container on the table. Hartigan, younger but already wary, sits hunched over his worn leather notebook, a well-sharpened pencil in his hand, meticulously studying crime scene photos. The lines of stress are etched around his eyes, a roadmap of his dedication to a crumbling justice system.
Jack, dinner's here, and it's getting cold.
Hartigan barely glances up.
Just finishing up this report. 5 more minutes.
The 5 minutes? You said that an hour ago. It's Lawson again, isn't it? That man will be the death of you.
He's corrupt. Sarah, I know it. I just need to find the proof.
There are more important things than Lawson, Jack.
She sits down, picks at the food, her appetite waning.
This is important, Sarah. It's about justice.
It's always about justice with you, Jack. What about us? What about Emily?
I'm doing this for us, Sarah. For our future.
Our future. You're so busy chasing ghosts of the past, you can't see the dangers right in front of us. Speaking of which, I met with my source today. The one I told you about. The one who knows about the deepfake project. It's connected to a company called Elysium Gate.
Hartigan finally looks up, a flicker of interest in his eyes.
Elysium Gate. That grief counseling place. What about them?
It's bigger than Lawson, Jack. Much bigger. They're developing some kind of deepfake program. It's dangerous, Jack. This goes all the way to the top. This could change everything. I think I'm close to uncovering the truth. The truth about who's behind these deepfakes, who's pulling the strings, who's profiting from all this pain.
A beat. Hartigan looks at Sarah, a mixture of pride and concern in his eyes. He reaches out, takes her hand.
Just be careful, Sarah. Promise me.
Always.
She squeezes his hand, her touch warm and reassuring. She stands, gathers the discarded takeout containers.
I'm going to check on Emily. Try not to stay up too late.
Hartigan nods, his attention already drifting back to his notebook, his mind now divided between the Lawson case and Sarah's cryptic warning about Elysium Gate. Sarah smiles sadly, shakes her head, then turns and walks away, her footsteps fading into the silence, leaving Hartigan alone in his analog world, a world that is about to collide with the digital darkness. Inside Senator Lawson's apartment during the day, sunlight streams through the panoramic windows, exposing the sterile perfection of Senator Lawson's luxurious apartment. The air hangs heavy with an unsettling stillness. A tiny, almost invisible camera lens gleams from within a seemingly decorative sculpture on a shelf, a silent, watchful eye. Ava Chen, sharp-eyed and focused, manipulates a sleek holographic projector. The image of a young man, Michael Lawson Jr., flickers to life, delivering a stilted, pre-recorded message. A subtle distortion clings to the image, a slight asymmetry in his smile, a faint flicker in his left eye, almost imperceptible, yet deeply unsettling. Hartigan stands beside her, flipping open his worn leather notebook. He pulls out a small, hard copy printout of the deepfake video's analysis and compares it to the projection, pen scratching notes onto the paper.
The neural network they used is sophisticated. Notice the micro fluctuations in the vocal patterns. They've even replicated his sub-vocalizations. But the distortion, it's deliberate. A subtle manipulation, almost undetectable, designed to trigger an emotional response-y, uneasy vulnerability.
Hartigan looks up from his notes.
Sub-vocalizations. Is that what the kids are calling mumbling these days? Look, I get it, it's technically impressive. But it's still fake. A manipulation. A violation.
He walks over to a framed photograph on the mantelpiece, Lawson, arm around his son, both beaming.
This kid's been dead 5 years. This thing. It's a desecration.
Senator Lawson contacted Elysium Gate shortly after his son's death. Grief is a powerful motivator. That's what makes this so disturbing.
Hartigan picks up the photo, his fingers tracing the outline of the frame.
This is real. That's a memory. That's love. That thing is a ghost. A digital ghost.
He sets the photo down gently, turning back to the projection. Michael Jurder's distorted image continues its ghostly loop. Hartigan pulls out his Zippo, the metallic click echoing in the sterile apartment. He lights a cigarette.
What kind of person profits off grief like this?
Someone who understands its power. Someone who knows how to manipulate it. Someone like the Weaver.
Hartigan raises an eyebrow.
The Weaver.
A ghost story. A boogeyman. A convenient way to deflect attention, silence questions.
Chen taps a control, and Michael Jr. dissolves into static. Hartigan stares out the window at the sprawling cityscape, lost in thought.
This city, it's built on ghosts. Real and manufactured. And someone is profiting from the pain.
I'm sending a copy of the deepfake to my lab. There might be a digital watermark. A trace signature hidden in the code.
A digital watermark, huh? Let's see if this ghost has a name.
Inside Hardigan's apartment at night. A flickering holographic advertisements paint the grimy walls of Hardigan's apartment, a garish mockery of the future. Empty takeout containers and overflowing ashtrays litter the coffee table, clustered around a half-empty bottle of whiskey. A broken lamp, patched haphazardly with duct tape, casts a sickly yellow light. Dishes piled high in the sink, a mixture of real and synthetic food remnants blurring together, form a monument to neglect. On a cracked monitor, a deepfake video of Sarah stutters and glitches. Her smile is unnervingly bright, her eyes too full of life, a painful parody of the woman Hardigan remembers.
What have they done to you?
He reaches out, his calloused fingers hovering over the monitor, as if trying to brush a stray hair from Sarah's face.
This isn't right. This is an abomination.
He prods the screen, the image rippling under his touch.
A lie, a digital ghost.
He rubs his wary face, the lines around his eyes deepening. He picks up a dusty picture frame, the glass cracked, a physical manifestation of his broken heart. Inside, a younger, happier Hardigan beams, his arm around Sarah, a giggling toddler, Emily, clutched in Sarah's arms. He traces Sarah's smiling face with a calloused thumb. Beside the frame, a sleek, new datapad rests unopened, a stark contrast to the worn, analog notebook he clutches in his other hand, a symbol of the chasm between their worlds. The phone rings. He flinches, startled by the intrusion. He hesitates, then picks up, his voice gruff.
Hardigan.
Dad, it's me, Emily. I need to see you. It's about Mom.
Hardigan's grip tightens on the phone. The holographic ads reflect in his wary eyes, a distorted kaleidoscope of his inner turmoil.
Emily, what is it?
Her research. The deep fakes. I think she was onto something big. Something dangerous. I found something on her computer. I think it's connected to Lawson's murder.
Lawson? What are you talking about?
I can't explain over the phone. Can I come over? I have the file here. It's encrypted, but I think I can decrypt it. With your help.
Hardigan hesitates. He glances at the unopened data pad, a symbol of the digital world he rejects, a world Sarah embraced. He looks back at the cracked photo, the tangible reminder of his loss. He looks at the deepfake on the monitor, Sarah's digital ghost, a painful reminder of the technology he despises, the technology that now holds a possible connection to her death, to Lawson's murder, to the mystery that is slowly drawing him into a world he desperately wants to avoid, a world he must now confront.
All right, come on over.
Inside Hardigan's apartment later. Emily sits on the worn sofa, its cushions sagging with age and neglect, the sleek data pad resting on her lap, a stark contrast to the decaying analog world around her. Hardigan watches her, his eyes filled with a mixture of grief and apprehension.
Mom was investigating a network of deepfake creators. She thought they were being used for something more than just entertainment. Something a lot more sinister.
Blackmail.
Possibly political manipulation, corporate espionage. The possibilities are endless. She was getting close to someone she called the Weaver.
The Weaver.
That's all she wrote. Just the name, no other details. This is the encrypted file. I think it contains the key to everything. The key to understanding why she's gone, why Lawson is dead.
Hardigan's eyes narrow.
Let me see it.
Emily hesitates.
Dad, I know how you feel about technology, but this is important. This is Mom's legacy.
Just show me the damn file, Emily.
Emily sighs, then turns the data pad towards him. A complex string of code fills the screen. Hardigan stares at it, the symbols a meaningless blur. He feels a wave of frustration, of helplessness. mirroring his struggle to understand Sarah's world, the world that took her from him, the world he must now enter if he wants to find the truth.
I don't understand this. It's like another language.
I know, but I do, and I think I can decrypt it with your help. We can do this together, Dad. For Mom, for Lawson, for justice.
Hartigan looks at Emily, really looks at her for the first time in years. He sees Sarah in her eyes, her intelligence, her determination. He sees a chance to connect with the part of Sarah that lives on in their daughter, a chance to bridge the gap he's created, a chance to finally understand. He looks at the encrypted file, at the complex string of code that holds the key to unlocking the mystery, the key to avenging Sarah, the key to finding peace. He takes a deep breath, his resolve hardening, his determination growing. He knows he has to do this, for Sarah, for Emily, for himself.
All right, Emily, let's do it.
Inside Emily's apartment during the day. Close up, a complex algorithm scrolls across a holographic display, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Emily's fingers fly across the keyboard, lines of code appearing on the screen like digital runes, decrypting the file. The room, a testament to Sarah's obsessive investigation, overflows with data pads, journals, and holographic projectors, a digital archive of her descent into the world of deepfakes. A small, silver locket rests beside the keyboard, a tangible reminder of Sarah's presence, her legacy, a physical anchor in a sea of data.
Almost, come on. Mom, show me what you found.
The screen flickers, the code resolving itself into a hidden directory. Emily clicks it. A video file begins to play.
Emily, if you're seeing this, it means I was right. It means I got too close. Too close to the truth, too close to someone dangerous. Project Chimera. It's not what they say it is. It's a weapon, Emily. And Thorn. He's the one wielding it. He's the weaver.
Emily stares at the screen, her heart pounding, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination.
I'm sorry, Emily. I didn't want to drag you into this. I didn't want to put you in danger. But I had to find out the truth. I had to expose them for Jack, for you, for all the victims, for...
She pauses, her voice choked with emotion, her eyes filled with tears.
Fought for the future. There's a weakness in his system, Emily. A backdoor. I left notes in my research on the Chimera project. If anything happens to me, you have to expose him. Promise me, Emily. Promise me you'll finish what I started.
She takes a deep breath, her voice firming, her gaze resolute.
Be careful, Emily. They're watching. They're always watching. Don't trust anyone. Especially not.
The video cuts out abruptly, the screen going black, the sudden silence amplifying the tension, the unspoken warning hanging heavy in the air. Emily stares at the blank screen, her mind reeling, her heart pounding, her mother's words echoing in her ears, a chilling premonition of the danger she now faces. She reaches out, touches the silver locket, the cool metal a comfort against her skin, a tangible connection to her mother. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, then opens them again, her gaze hardened with resolve. She will finish what her mother started. She will expose Thorn. She will bring him down. She will avenge Sarah.
I won't let you down, Mom. I promise.
Inside Hartigan's apartment at night. Hartigan sits at his desk, the dim light pooling on crime scene photos, scattered across its surface like macabre playing cards. The deepfake of Michael Lawson Jr. plays on his monitor, the boy's synthetic voice a hollow echo in the quiet room. Hartigan jots notes in his worn leather notebook, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the smoke curling upwards like a question mark in the still air. A notification pings on his antiquated computer, a jarring intrusion in the otherwise analog space. He clicks it. An encrypted message.
Now what's this?
His fingers, surprisingly nimble, fly across the keyboard. Lines of code scroll across the screen, a green waterfall against the black. The message decrypts a distorted image of Senator Lawson, his face a rictus of fear, a digital death mask. Beneath it, a single word, Weaver. Hartigan pulls a hard copy of the Lawson fundraiser photo from the case file, comparing the vibrant, smiling image to the distorted, ghostly visage on his screen. He leans closer, his eyes narrowing, two predators circling each other in the dim light.
The Weaver a ghost story. But this ghost leaves real bloodstains.
He grabs his phone dials.
Miller.
Miller, it's Hartigan. I need a favor. Something came up on the Lawson case. A name, Weaver. See if it means anything to you. Anything suspicious. Dig deep. Check everything. Unofficially, of course.
Bull. Weaver. That's it. Look, Jack, this deepfake thing, it's above my pay grade. Besides, Lawson was dirty. Probably stepped on the wrong toes.
A ghost story, huh? Well, this ghost story just left a dead senator in its wake. And last I checked, ghosts don't leave fingerprints or digital watermarks for that matter. Just run the damn name, Miller. This isn't just about Lawson anymore. This is personal.
All right. What's got you so riled up, Jack? You sound like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe I have Miller. Maybe I have. And Miller.
Yeah.
Discreetly. This stays between us.
He hangs up, pulls out a worn, almost empty pack of cigarettes. Only one left. He taps it out, lights it, takes a long drag, his eyes fixed on the distorted image of Lawson, a silent promise of retribution. He flips through his notebook, finds a sketch of Sarah, her face a stark contrast to Lawson's distorted visage, life versus digital death. He adds, Weaver. Beneath it, circles it. The hunt is on. He takes another drag of his cigarette, the smoke curling around his face, a shroud of determination. Inside police database during the day. The low hum of servers permeates the sterile room, a constant, invasive thrum that grates on Hartigan's nerves. He sits hunched over a computer terminal, bathed in the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, his tired eyes reflecting the scrolling lines of code and data. With a heavy sigh, he types Weaver into the search bar, each keystroke a reluctant concession to the digital world. The search yields hundreds of results, a chaotic jumble of information. He sighs again, pulls out his worn leather notebook, a familiar comfort, and starts writing down promising leads. Old school style, a man out of time in a digital labyrinth. Officer Diaz, a young, bright-eyed officer, approaches, a data pad held loosely in his hand.
Trouble, detective. You look like you're wrestling a hydra.
Just trying to navigate this digital maze. Back in my day, we had paper trails, not data streams.
Need a hand. Finding the right keywords can be tricky. Boolean operators are your friend.
Hartigan stares at him blankly.
A Boolean what nows? Is that some kind of newfangled soup? Look, kid, I appreciate the offer, but I work with facts, fingerprints, DNA, not digital ghosts.
This is a new kind of crime scene, detective. And sometimes the ghosts leave digital fingerprints. This might help.
Diaz leans in, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, adding a few lines of code to Hartigan's search query. The screen refreshes, the results narrowing significantly. Hartigan prints out the refined search, then meticulously combs through the hard copies, comparing the names and organizations listed to the notes and sketches in his notebook.
All right, kid. Let's see what we've got.
He finds a few promising leads, a software engineer with a history of cybercrime, a fringe religious group obsessed with digital immortality. He makes notes in his worn leather notebook. He clicks on a link to a tech company called Elysium Gate. Their website is sleek and polished, promising solace and healing through cutting-edge grief counseling. He scrolls through the testimonials, each one more glowing than the last. He clicks on the About Yas section, his eyes narrowing as he reads about the company's founder, Dr. Elias Thorne.
Thorny Elysium Gate.
He runs a background check on Thorne, but the results are frustratingly vague. No prior criminal record, no social media presence, no digital footprint whatsoever. It's as if the man doesn't exist. He flips through Sarah's research journal, a worn, leather-bound volume filled with her handwritten notes and printed articles. A highlighted phrase catches his eye. Project Chimera, Elysium Gate, Thorne.
Thorny Sarah, what were you into?
He clicks on a link to Elysium Gate's Immersive Therapy program. A video plays, showcasing a virtual reality environment where clients interact with generated recreations of their deceased loved ones. He watches as a grieving mother embraces a digital ghost of her daughter, tears streaming down her face. He feels a pang of empathy, but also a deep sense of unease.
A playing God with grief?
He digs deeper, searching for any connection between Elysium, Gate, and Lawson. He finds a news article about a political fundraiser hosted by Elysium Gate, attended by several prominent figures, including Lawson. He clicks on a photo from the event, his eyes scanning the crowd. He spots Lawson shaking hands with a tall, slender figure in a dark suit. The figure's face is obscured by the shadows, but Hartigan feels a jolt of recognition. He zooms in on the figure, his heart pounding in his chest. He prints out the photo, adding it to his notebook. He feels a sense of urgency. He knows he's on to something big, something dangerous. He returns to Sarah's journal, searching for answers, for a connection, for the missing piece of the puzzle. Inside police archives during the day, Hartigan pushes through a heavy metal door, the hinges groaning in protest, a sound that echoes the weight of the past. Dust dance in the shafts of light filtering through the grimy windows high above, illuminating a vast, cavernous space. Rows upon rows of metal shelves, stacked high with dusty boxes, stretch into the dim recesses of the room. The air is thick with the smell of old paper and dust, the scent of forgotten memories. Hartigan runs a hand along the spines of the files, his fingers leaving trails in the thick dust, like an archaeologist unearthing forgotten relics. His eyes scan the labels, searching for Thorne's name.
Thorny Elias Thorny. Let's see what skeletons you're hiding.
He finds a box labeled Thorne, E. He pulls it down, sets it on a nearby table, the dust swirling around it like a shroud. He opens the box, revealing a collection of old newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes, the detritus of a life. He sifts through the contents, an archaeologist of the past. He finds a newspaper article from 20 years earlier, the headline bold and stark. A prodigy pushes ethical boundaries. The article details Thorne's early career in research, his groundbreaking work on neural networks, his controversial experiments with simulated consciousness.
A playing God, even back then.
He continues to sift through the box, his fingers brushing against a faded photograph of a younger Thorne, his face alight with a feverish intensity, the zeal of a true believer. Hartigan pulls out his worn leather notebook, jots down a few notes. He finds a smaller, sealed envelope tucked inside the box. He opens it carefully, revealing a handful of old photos. One photo shows Thorne shaking hands with a much younger Senator Lawson. Another shows Thorne with a group of scientists in a lab. A prototype holographic projector visible in the background. A handwritten note on the back of the photo reads, Project Chimera, first successful human simulation. Hartigan's eyes narrow, his suspicion growing. He closes the box, the dust swirling around him like a released secret. Inside Senator Lawson's apartment during the day, Hartigan and Chen stand in Lawson's pristine living room, the holographic projector casting an unsettling, almost otherworldly glow. The deepfake of Michael Lawson Jr. has finished its looped message, replaced by a static image of the young man's subtly distorted smiling face, a frozen mask of synthetic grief. A small, almost invisible camera lens, embedded in a decorative object on a nearby shelf, silently observes them, a digital voyeur in a world of manufactured emotions.
Still think this is just a grieving family's digital memento.
Chen's face is grim. She holds up a small, metallic data chip, a glint of steel in her hand.
This was hidden inside the projector. It contains a second video. And I think you'll find it illuminating. It also confirms my suspicions about the distortion in the first video. It's deliberate, a form of manipulation.
She inserts the chip into the projector. The image changes. Michael Jr. is no longer smiling. His face is pale, his eyes filled with a chilling fear.
Dad, I need your help. They know what we did. If you don't do what they say, they'll release everything. They'll ruin us both. Please.
Lawson's image appears on the screen beside his son, a split screen of manufactured grief and genuine terror. Lawson is visibly sweating, his carefully constructed composure cracking, the mask of power slipping.
What do you want?
A distorted voice, filtered through a digital scrambler, fills the room, a chilling whisper of unseen power. We want your cooperation, Senator. A few key votes, a blind eye turned in the right direction. Nothing you can't handle. Think of it as a small price to pay for your son's silence. After all, what's a little political maneuvering compared to family right, Senator?
But please, Dad, do what they say. I don't want to go back. I don't want.
The image cuts out, replaced by static. Hartigan stares at the blank screen, his skepticism replaced by a cold dread. He turns to Chen, his voice low.
Blackmail. Using a dead kid, it's sick.
Sophisticated, targeted, and deeply personal. This isn't just about money, detective. This is about control and power.
Hartigan paces the room, his mind racing.
This Weaver, they're playing a dangerous game.
A game with very high stakes. Lawson is a powerful man. If they can control him, they can control anything. And anyone.
Hartigan stops pacing, his eyes fixed on Chen.
We need to find this Weaver. Fast.
I'm running facial recognition on the fundraiser photo. The image quality is poor, but I'm hoping to get a match. I've also isolated the distorted voice, running it through a spectral analyzer. There might be a trace signature.
Hartigan nods, his mind reeling. He can't shake the image of Michael Jetter's digitally fabricated fear. He shudders, the cold dread returning.
This isn't right, Chen. It's an abomination.
Technology is a tool, detective. It's up to us to decide which. Right now, it's being used to destroy lives. We have to stop it.
This isn't just about tools, Chen. It's about playing God.
He trails off, his disgust churning in his gut.
I understand your concerns, detective. But right now, we have a blackmail case to solve. We need to focus on the facts.
Hartigan takes a deep breath, trying to rein in his emotions.
This isn't just blackmail, Chen. It's a declaration of war. And I'm not about to lose.
He picks up the data chip, his eyes hardening. He walks towards the door, a new determination etched on his face. Inside police station during the day, Hartigan sits at his desk, a fortress of paper in a digital world. Case files, overflowing with physical evidence, are spread across its surface. Sleek holographic displays flicker around him, unused, unwanted intrusions of the future. Chen enters holding a data pad, a sleek rectangle of technology that clashes with Hartigan's analog sanctuary.
A detective, I found something. A digital watermark in the deepfake audio. A repeating sequence of code. It's like a signature.
Hartigan glances up, then returns to his files, his focus unwavering.
A code. Digital voodoo. You're speaking a language I haven't understood since the last time I tried to program the VCR. I need something real, something tangible, not this.
It's a signature, Detective. It could lead us to the Weaver.
She pulls up the audio waveform on a holographic display, highlighting the anomaly, a ripple in the digital stream. Hartigan squints at it, then shrugs, unimpressed. He grabs a magnifying glass and examines a crime scene photo, a tangible piece of the past.
I work with facts, Chen. Fingerprints, DNA, not digital ghosts.
This is a fact, Detective. This watermark is our fingerprint. Our way in. Look, I know you're not comfortable with technology.
Not comfortable. I'm about as comfortable with that thing as I am with a rattlesnake in my boot.
Inside police station at night. Hartigan and Chen are still at work, the station almost deserted, the hum of the fluorescent lights amplifying the silence. Empty coffee cups and crumpled takeout containers litter Hartigan's desk, the remnants of a long and frustrating night. Hartigan stares at a hard copy printout of the audio waveform Chen showed him earlier, a tangible representation of the digital ghost he's chasing. He flips through his notebook, comparing the waveform to a series of coded symbols Sarah had jotted down years ago.
Sarah, what were you working on? What did you see?
The sequencing is similar to something your wife was researching. Project Chimera. I dismissed it as a coincidence before, but what if it's not?
Hartigan looks up at Chen, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He pulls up Sarah's research files on a holographic display, his fingers moving across the keyboard with surprising proficiency, a hint of a hidden familiarity with the digital world. The files include articles on early deepfake technology, notes on Thorne's early research, and a partial decryption key.
A Project Chimera, she mentioned that once. Said it was dangerous. Said it could change everything. She was right.
With this decryption key, I might be able to access the rest of her files. She could have everything we need. Evidence linking Thorne to Lawson, to the deepfakes, to everything.
Hartigan looks at Chen, a grudging respect growing in his eyes. He nods slowly, his determination hardening, a glimmer of hope in his wary eyes.
All right, Chen. Show me what else this thing can do.
Inside police station later still. Hartigan and Chen huddle over the holographic display, the ethereal glow illuminating their tired faces, scrolling through a list of names. Exhaustion is etched on their faces, but a shared excitement crackles in the air. A spark of connection forged in the shared pursuit of truth. Hartigan jots down names and information in his notebook, his pen scratching against the paper, the analog and digital working in tandem, a bridge between two worlds.
Stop. Go back.
She points to a name on the list.
Elias Thorne, CEO of Elysium Gate. He donated a substantial amount anonymously.
Thorny Elysium Gate the Weaver. It's all connected.
He looks at Chen, a faint smile playing on his lips. The pieces are falling into place.
He exists. He's real. And I'm going to find him.
Inside bar at night. Rain streaks down the window, blurring the neon glow of the city into a hazy, impressionistic smear. Inside, the bar is dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of stale beer and regret. Hartigan nurses a whiskey, the amber liquid swirling in his glass, reflecting the city's distorted light. Across from him sits Detective Mark O'Connell, his former partner, his face a roadmap of worry lines, etched deep by years on the force. O'Connell sips a beer, the condensation dripping onto the worn wooden bar top.
Elysium Gate. Heard of it.
Grief counseling, high-end, lots of tech. Virtual reality funerals, digital scenes is the works. Heard Lawson was a client.
They're connected to Lawson. The deepfake. Deeply connected.
Jack, let it go. Lawson was dirty. This deepfake, it's a cleanup job. Someone wanted him silenced.
Cleanup, he was murdered. Blackmailed, then murdered.
Made to look like a suicide. Standard operating procedure these days.
Not untraceable. There's a digital watermark, a signature.
You're chasing ghosts, Jack. Digital ghosts. Let it go. For your own good, this goes deeper than you think. Powerful people. People you don't want to mess with. Remember the Salieri case.
Hartigan slams his hand on the bar, the sound echoing in the dimly lit space, a sudden burst of violence in the quiet gloom.
It's not just about Lawson. It's about Sarah. Emily. This city is drowning in digital deception. I have to do something.
Sarah's gone, Jack. I know it's hard, but you have to move on.
Emily brought this to me. Something Sarah was working on. Deepfakes. The Weaver.
The Weaver? That's a ghost story.
This ghost kills. I'm going to find him.
Jack, this is like Salieri all over again. You dig too deep, you push too hard, and they'll crush you. They'll bury you. They'll make you disappear. Just like they did with Sarah.
The powerful people. I've dealt with worse. I once had a Chihuahua try to extort me for a milk bone. I can't walk away, Mark. Not this time. Sarah was onto something. Something big. Something dangerous. And now Emily's caught in the crosshairs. I have to protect her. I have to finish what Sarah started.
He drains his whiskey, the amber liquid disappearing down his throat like a fiery resolve.
Thanks for the drink, Mark. I appreciate the concern. But this is my fight.
He stands, walks towards the door, a figure of grim determination, disappearing into the blurred neon glow of the city. O'Connell watches him go, his face etched with worry, a silent plea for his friend's safety lost in the hushed gloom of the bar. Outside Grief Therapy Company during the day. The Elysium Gate building, a sleek, modern structure of glass and steel, rises like a monolith amidst the older, grittier buildings of the city, a stark symbol of the future encroaching on the past. Rain drums a steady rhythm against the windshield of Hartigan's unmarked car, parked across the street, blurring the already distorted reflections of the city. He watches as people enter and exit the building, their faces a mixture of hope and despair, drawn in by the promise of solace, haunted by the specter of loss. He pulls out a pair of binoculars, focusing on the entrance. He recognizes a few of the faces from the fundraiser photo, prominent businessmen, politicians, celebrities, their public masks of composure slipping, revealing the raw vulnerability beneath. They move with a quiet desperation, like moths drawn to a flickering flame. A young woman exits the building, her eyes red-rimmed, clutching a small velvet pouch, a tangible memento of a digital ghost. Hartigan watches as she walks away, her shoulders slumped, her gait unsteady, lost in a haze of manufactured grief. He feels a pang of empathy, but also a growing suspicion, a sense of unease that clings to the sterile perfection of the building. He pulls out his worn leather notebook, flipping through the pages filled with his handwritten notes and the printed photo from the fundraiser, his analog anchors in a digital storm. He zooms in on the shadowy figure standing next to Lawson, the enigma at the heart of the mystery. He still can't place the figure, a ghost in the machine. He watches as a sleek, black car pulls up to the entrance, a silent predator in the rain. A man in a dark suit steps out, holding an umbrella, a shield against the encroaching storm. He opens the back door, and a woman emerges, her face hidden behind a veil, a whisper of secrets and hidden pain. Hartigan recognizes her from the society pages, another victim of loss seeking solace in the digital embrace of Elysium Gate. He continues his surveillance, his suspicion hardening into intrigue. He sees a pattern emerging, a ritual of grief and secrecy, played out against the backdrop of the sleek, modern building, a temple of manufactured memories. Inside Elysium Gate lobby during the day. Hartigan, trench coat dripping, a stark contrast to the sterile environment, sits in the minimalist lobby, the silence broken only by the quiet hum of technology. He observes a man weeping silently, a holographic image of a young boy flickering beside him. The boy kicks a spectral soccer ball, which passes through the man's legs, a poignant reminder of what's been lost. The man smiles sadly, then breaks down again, lost in a digital echo of the past. A severe-looking woman in a business suit sits rigidly in another chair, seemingly unaffected by the holographic image of an elderly woman knitting beside her. The woman occasionally nods at the hologram, her expression unreadable, a mask of grief, or perhaps something more sinister. He approaches the reception desk, a stark figure of analog determination in a digital world.
Excuse me. I was told someone would be with me.
The holographic receptionist smiles, its image flickering slightly, a glitch in the matrix of manufactured emotions.
One moment, please. Dr. Sharma will be with you shortly.
Hartigan notices a faint scent of lavender and ozone, a sterile, artificial perfume. He glances around the lobby again, his eyes lingering on a closed door with a small, almost unnoticeable sign that reads, Project Chimera, authorized personnel only. A shiver runs down his spine. Inside Dr. Sharma's office during the day.
I understand you've recently experienced a loss, Mr.
David Jones. Mike, my daughter. A tragic accident.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Mr. Jones. Grief is a complex journey, but you're not alone. We're here to help you find peace, to reconnect with your loved one, to find closure.
Reconnect. How is that possible?
Through our immersive therapy program. We use cutting-edge AI technology to create realistic simulations of your deceased loved ones. You can interact with them, talk to them, even embrace them.
So you create ghosts, digital ghosts.
Dr. Sharma hesitates.
But we prefer to think of them as interactive memories, a way to process grief, to find closure. It's a powerful experience, Mr. Jones.
Healing. Or a way to avoid the pain. To pretend they're still here.
The grief manifests in different ways, Mr. Jones. We offer a path towards acceptance, towards healing.
Hartigan leans forward.
And what about the control, Doctor? Who controls the memories?
Dr. Sharma avoids his gaze.
We follow strict ethical guidelines, Mr. Jones.
A platform built on lies. On digital deception. You're not healing grief, Doctor. You're exploiting it.
Dr. Sharma's eyes flash with anger, then quickly soften.
I understand your skepticism, Mr. Jones, but I assure you our methods are proven.
Hartigan stands up, his voice hardening.
So, you're saying you can bring back the dead. That's convenient. Though I always preferred the old-fashioned way of remembering people, with actual memories, not simulated ones. Thanks for your time, Doctor.
He turns and walks out of the room, leaving Dr. Sharma staring after him. He walks through the lobby, glancing at the Project Chimera door again, his suspicion growing. Outside grief therapy company during the day. Hartigan walks out of the building, back into the rain. The cold drops a stark contrast to the sterile, artificial environment he just left. The image of the shadowy figure flashes in his mind, a ghost in the machine he's determined to uncover. He pulls out his phone, dials Chen's number.
Chen, I need you to meet me at Elysium Gate. Bring your digital toys. We're going hunting.
Inside Elysium Gate observation room during the day. Thorne observes Hartigan's interaction with Dr. Sharma through a one-way mirror, his face impassive, a mask of cold calculation. His eyes, however, betray a predatory gleam, like a hawk watching a rabbit caught in a snare. The observation room is sleek and minimalist, dominated by a large holographic display showing multiple camera feeds from within Dr. Sharma's office. Each angle is meticulously chosen, a digital panopticon designed to capture every nuance of Hartigan's reactions, every flicker of emotion, every telltale sign of his internal struggle. Beside Thorne, a technician monitors a complex data stream, the holographic display flickering with waveforms, biometrics, and psychological profiles, a digital dissection of Hartigan's mind, laid bare for Thorne's amusement.
Increase the emotional intensity. Amplify the maternal connection. Let's see how he responds to heightened sentimentality.
The technician nods, his fingers dancing across a control panel, manipulating the holographic Sarah's programming. He adjusts her vocal tone, her facial expressions, her body language, tuning the digital ghost to exploit Hartigan's deepest vulnerabilities, his unresolved grief, his longing for connection, a puppet master pulling the strings of Hartigan's heart. Inside Dr. Sharma's office day, viewed from the observation room. Hartigan sits opposite Dr. Sharma, his face etched with a mixture of grief and suspicion, his eyes fixed on the holographic Sarah, a digital ghost that both repels and attracts him. His heart wars with his head, logic battling against the seductive pull of manufactured emotion.
Hey, Jack, I know you're hurting. I know you blame yourself. But it wasn't your fault. It was an accident. A terrible accident.
Hartigan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, his resolve weakening, the illusion tugging at his heart, pulling him towards the digital ghost, the promise of solace, the seductive comfort of a simulated reunion, a drowning man reaching for a phantom lifeline. Inside Elysium Gate observation room during the day. Thorne watches Hartigan's reaction, a thin smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a cold satisfaction. He's found the weakness, the crack in Hartigan's defenses, the digital key to unlocking his analog soul.
He's weakening. He's almost there. Push him further. Give him what he wants. Give him hope.
The technician nods, his fingers adjusting the controls, the holographic Sarah's image becoming more vibrant, more lifelike, more seductive, a digital siren luring Hartigan towards the rocks of his own despair. Inside Dr. Sharma's office day, viewed from the observation room.
I love you, Jack. I'll always love you. And I'll always be with you.
Hartigan reaches out to the holographic Sarah, his hand trembling, his eyes filled with a desperate longing, the illusion almost complete, the digital ghost almost real, the line between reality and simulation blurring, threatening to consume him. Inside Elysium Gate observation room during the day. Thorne watches, his smile widening, his eyes gleaming with a predatory triumph. He has Hartigan where he wants him, trapped in a web of digital deception, a pawn in his twisted game. He reaches for his data pad, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, ready to initiate the next phase of his plan, the capture, the interrogation, the elimination of the detective who dares to challenge his authority, his control, his godhood. Inside police station at night. The police station is almost deserted. The only sounds the low hum of servers and the rhythmic clatter of Chen's fingers on a keyboard. Multiple holographic displays flicker around her, bathing her face in their cool blue light. The complex data streams swirling like digital constellations, a visual symphony of information overload. Hartigan paces restlessly, his shadow stretching and contorting against the walls, a physical manifestation of his internal struggle, his skepticism a palpable presence in the room.
Isolating the audio now, enhancing the waveform. There!
A holographic display zooms in on a section of the audio waveform, highlighting a repeating sequence of code, a subtle anomaly hidden within the digital noise, a digital fingerprint whispering secrets in the silence.
A digital watermark. Elegant, almost invisible. It's a signature.
A signature. What kind of signature?
Like an artist's mark hidden in a painting. A repeating sequence of code embedded within the audio. It's almost poetic.
She runs the code through a database, her eyes scanning the results that flicker across another holographic display. A digital dragnet sweeping through the sea of data.
Got a match. Dr. Elias Thorne, founder of Elysium Gate.
Hartigan stops pacing, walks over to Chen, leans in to study the image on the display. Thorne's face stares back at them, a mask of professional composure that Hartigan now recognizes as a carefully constructed facade, a digital mask concealing a darker truth.
Thorny Elysium Gate. So Lawson wasn't grieving. He was scared. Terrified.
He's the Weaver. Or at least he's connected. Deeply connected.
Hartigan pulls out his worn leather notebook, flips to a sketch of Sarah, adds, Thorne, beneath, Weaver, circles it with a heavy hand, a physical link between the analog past and the digital present. Chen pulls up Thorne's profile, pristine, almost blank, a digital ghost in a world of data, a phantom lurking in the machine.
No priors, no digital footprint. It's like he doesn't exist outside Elysium Gate.
He exists. He sent me this.
Hartigan shows Chen the distorted image of Lawson from the encrypted message. The fear in the dead man's eyes a chilling reminder of the stakes. A ghost crying out for justice.
We go undercover. We become clients.
Undercover. At a grief counseling center. This is reckless. Dangerous. We have no idea what we're walking into.
Thorne's already watching us. Testing us. This is our opportunity. Our only opportunity. We get inside, we play the grieving clients, we earn his trust, we find out what he's hiding.
He pulls out a worn map of the city, spreads it across the desk, overlaying it with a schematic of Elysium Gate pulled up on a holographic display. The old map, with its creases and coffee stains, clashes with the sleek, digital schematic, a visual representation of the merging worlds Hartigan must now navigate, a collision of the analog past and the digital present.
We create a cover story, a believable loss. We need names, backgrounds, a history.
All right, detective, I'm in. But we do this my way. Digital firewall. Secure comms, encrypted channels. We don't let Thorne get inside our heads. And we definitely don't use paper maps.
She pulls up a 3D holographic map of the city, zooming in on Elysium Gate, the building's layout appearing in intricate detail, every room, every corridor, every ventilation shaft, a digital blueprint of their infiltration.
This is where we'll be staying. Separate suites adjacent to a service corridor. Easy access to the main server room.
Hartigan stares at the holographic map, his head swimming with the digital information overload, a man out of his depth in a sea of data.
Service corridor server room. It's all Greek to me.
Inside police station later, Hartigan and Chen sit at a desk, holographic profiles flickering before them, digital masks waiting to be worn.
Okay, for your cover story, you're a retired botanist. Your wife passed away from a rare fungal infection.
A botanist. What the hell do I know about plants?
You know how to look through a microscope, right?
That was a long time ago. And it wasn't digital.
And for me, I'm a systems analyst. My husband died in a virtual reality accident. Ironic, right?
Using fake identities. Lying about our losses, it feels wrong.
It's a necessary evil, detective. We have to become ghosts to catch a ghost. Besides, think of it as method acting. You're playing a role, just like the deepfakes.
Hartigan looks at Chen, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He may not like it, but he knows she's right. He has to play the game, even if it means compromising his own sense of truth and justice.
All right, let's do it. But if I have to pretend to like ferns one more time, I'm going to scream.
Inside Hartigan's apartment at night, Hartigan sits alone in the dim light, surrounded by photos of Sarah and Emily, tangible reminders of the life he's fighting for. A flickering holographic ad for Elysium Gate illuminates Sarah's smiling face in one photo, a cruel irony that twists the knife in his gut. He picks up a framed picture of Sarah, her face young and carefree, and sets it beside the cracked monitor displaying Thorne's profile. The contrast between Sarah's vibrant, analog image and Thorne's cold, digital presence is stark. A visual representation of the battle he's about to wage, a war between the past and the future, between flesh and blood and digital ghosts. He pulls out his notebook, his pen hovering over a blank page. He begins to write, crafting their cover story, each word a betrayal of his own grief, a necessary lie in the pursuit of a truth that feels increasingly distant, increasingly elusive. Inside Emily's apartment during the day. Sunlight streams through the large windows of Emily's modern, minimalist apartment, illuminating the sleek surfaces and the various tech gadgets and holographic displays that adorn the space, a testament to her embrace of the digital world. Plants, real and meticulously maintained, offer a touch of life, a splash of vibrant green amidst the cool, metallic tones. On her desk, a worn, leather-bound journal sits beside a sleek, holographic projector, a symbolic juxtaposition of the analog and digital, the past and the present. Emily sits at her desk, her fingers flying across the keyboard, lines of code scrolling across her monitor like a digital waterfall. She pauses, her brow furrowed in concentration, then reaches out and touches a small, antique music box, its surface worn smooth with age, a tangible link to the past, to her mother, a comforting weight in the sterile precision of her digital world. She opens the lid, and a haunting melody fills the room, a melody Sarah used to play for her as a child, a bittersweet echo of lost innocence. Tears well up in her eyes, but she quickly brushes them away, her face hardening with resolve.
I'll finish what you started, Mom. I promise.
She returns to her work, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with renewed determination. Inside Emily's apartment later. Hartigan stands awkwardly near the door, his trench coat and worn leather notebook looking out of place amidst the modern decor, a relic of the past intruding on the present. He holds a small, worn box in his hands, a treasure chest of memories. Emily sits at her desk, still immersed in the digital world, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. She glances up, a flicker of surprise crossing her face.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Hartigan shuffles his feet, clearing his throat, the awkwardness palpable.
I need your help.
Emily raises an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in her voice.
My help? With what? Deciphering ancient hieroglyphics.
Something like that.
He walks over to the desk, placing the box down gently, a silent offering of peace.
These were your mother's. I thought you might want them.
Emily stares at the box, her expression softening, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. She reaches out, her fingers tracing the worn edges of the wood, a tactile connection to the past, to her mother.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything.
He sits down on a nearby chair, the sleek, modern design a stark contrast to his rumpled trench coat. The awkward silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by the hum of the holographic displays and the faint melody from the music box, a delicate counterpoint to the tension between them.
Mom's old journals, her sketches.
She pulls out a small, silver locket, identical to the one Sarah wore, a tangible link between mother and daughter, a symbol of a shared legacy. She opens it, revealing a tiny, faded picture of Emily as a child, a tangible reminder of a happier time, a time before loss and grief had fractured their family. Tears well up in her eyes. blurring the image of her younger self.
She always kept it with her. A reminder of you.
Emily closes the locket, clutching it in her hand, the cool metal a comfort against her skin, a tangible connection to her mother's love.
I miss her, Dad, so much.
Hartigan nods, his voice choked with emotion, the words catching in his throat.
I know, me too. Every single day.
Another silence, this one less awkward, filled with a shared sense of loss and longing, a silent acknowledgement of the pain that has kept them apart for so long, a fragile bridge forming between them.
What did you need my help with?
Hartigan takes a deep breath, then explains the situation, the blackmail, the deepfakes, the Weaver, the looming threat that has brought him back to Emily's door, a threat that has the potential to bridge the chasm between them or shatter them both. Emily listens intently, her eyes widening with surprise and concern.
The Weaver, Mom mentioned that name. She was investigating him right before.
I know. I think she was getting too close to the truth. Too close to someone powerful. Someone dangerous.
We need to find out what she knew. There might be something in her research, something that can help us stop him, something that can bring her justice.
That's why I came here, Emily. I need your help. You're the only one who can understand her work, her digital world. The word I never understood. The world that...
He trails off, unable to articulate the complex emotions that swirl within him, the guilt, the regret, the fear, the weight of his own failings pressing down on him.
It's okay, Dad, I know.
Inside Park Day years ago, during a flashback, sunlight dapples through the leaves of a large oak tree, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the grass. Sarah laughs, a carefree sound that echoes through the years, watching Hartigan trying to teach a young Emily how to ride a bicycle. He holds onto the back of the seat, running alongside her, his face a mixture of concentration and amusement. Emily wobbles precariously, then gains her balance, her face breaking into a triumphant grin. Sarah claps, her eyes shining with love and pride, a perfect family portrait, frozen in time. Inside Emily's apartment, continuous back to present. Emily looks at her father, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the shared pain that binds them together.
I'll do it, Dad, for Mom, for us, for the truth.
She opens her data pad, her fingers flying across the keyboard, the holographic display flickering with data streams, a world Hartigan is only beginning to comprehend, a world he must now embrace if he wants to find justice for Sarah, protect Emily, and finally confront his own demons. Hartigan watches her, a flicker of hope rising in his wary eyes, a hope that maybe, just maybe, this digital world, the world that took Sarah from him, can also be the world that brings them back together, a world that can heal the wounds of the past and forge a new path towards the future.
I've accessed Mom's old research files. She was right. This goes deep. Deeper than Lawson. Deeper than Elysium Gate. This could be bigger than anything we've ever imagined.
What do you mean?
A mom was investigating the origins of deepfake technology. She traced it back to a government-funded research project, Project Chimera.
Chimera.
It was supposed to be a tool for national security, a way to create realistic simulations for training and disinformation campaigns. But it got out of control. Someone weaponized it, turned it into a tool for what Thorne is doing.
Thorne.
I don't know for sure, but Mom was onto something. She was close to exposing the truth. That's why they silenced her.
Hartigan clenches his fists, his anger a raw, visceral force that threatens to consume him. He remembers Sarah's excitement, her fear, her final words. He remembers the self-driving car, the twisted metal, the shattered glass, the cold, sterile silence of the hospital room. He remembers his own grief, his anger, his denial, his retreat into the analog world, a world that now feels increasingly distant, increasingly irrelevant. He looks at Emily, at the strength and determination in her eyes, and he knows he can't give up. He has to fight. For Sarah, for Emily, for the truth.
They won't get away with it, Emily. I swear to God, they won't.
We'll stop them, Dad, together.
She reaches out, her hand covering his. Hartigan looks at her, his eyes softening, the years of distance and resentment melting away in the shared grief and the burning desire for justice. He sees Sarah in her, not just in her features, but in her strength, her courage, her unwavering commitment to the truth. He squeezes her hand, a silent promise passing between them, a bond forged in loss and a shared determination to find the truth, no matter the cost. He's not alone in this fight. He has Emily. He has Sarah's legacy. And that's more than enough. We move into a montage. Inside Hartigan's apartment during the day. Hartigan stands before a mirror, dressed in an ill-fitting suit, a costume that feels alien to his skin. He recites his cover story, his voice stiff and unnatural, the words catching in his throat like a lie.
David Jones, botanist. My wifey fungal infection, damn it.
He pulls out his Zippo, flicks it open. The small flame a flicker of defiance in the dim light of his apartment, a small act of rebellion against the digital mask he's about to wear. Inside Chen's lab during the day. Clothes on Chen's hands as she expertly assembles a small, sophisticated device, her fingers moving with practiced ease, a surgeon of technology. The device is sleek and black, with a single, blinking LED, a silent pulse of digital power. Inside Emily's apartment during the day. Emily uploads encrypted files to a secure server, her face grim, her fingers flying across the keyboard, a digital guardian protecting her mother's legacy. Inside Hartigan's apartment during the day. Hartigan struggles with the unfamiliar interface of a data pad, his brow furrowed in frustration, the sleek technology a foreign language in his analog world. Outside city streets during the day, Hartigan and Chen, in their undercover disguises, approach the Elysium Gate building, the imposing structure looming before them like a fortress of digital deception. Inside Grief Therapy Company waiting room during the day. Hartigan and Chen, under assumed names, sit amongst the other clients, a collection of faces etched with grief and longing. Hartigan, in an ill-fitting suit, clutches a worn photo of Sarah, a tangible reminder of his real loss in this world of manufactured memories. Chen subtly scans the room, her gaze sharp and observant, discreetly activating a camera embedded in her necklace, a digital eye in the heart of the deception. A holographic display flickers to life, announcing the start of the session, a sterile synthetic voice intruding on the quiet hum of anticipation. Hartigan glances at Chen, a silent communication passing between them. They follow the other clients, two undercover agents infiltrating a world of simulated grief. Inside Grief Therapy Company, Hartigan's sanctuary during the day. Hartigan enters the sanctuary, a sterile, minimalist space designed to evoke a sense of peace and tranquility. A holographic image of Sarah flickers to life, a digital ghost shimmering in the soft light.
Jack, it's so good to see you. I've missed you so much.
Hartigan's breath catches in his throat, the illusion momentarily shattering the defenses he's so carefully constructed.
Sarah.
The holographic Sarah walks towards him, reaches out, her hand brushing against his cheek. He flinches, the contact feeling wrong, cold, unnatural. Then, overriding his instincts, he covers her hand with his own, playing the role, maintaining the deception.
You look tired, Jack. Emily misses you. You both need to find a way to reconnect.
Hartigan's heart aches, the manufactured emotion twisting the knife of his real grief. He closes his eyes, overwhelmed by the illusion, the weight of his loss pressing down on him. When he opens them, he sees Thorne's face flash in the glitch, a crack in the facade, a glimpse of the puppet master pulling the strings. He pulls his hand away, suspicion flaring in his eyes, the illusion shattered. Inside grief therapy company Chen's sanctuary day, see intercut with Hartigan's scene. Chen sits in her own sanctuary, a similar minimalist space, a holographic image of her grandmother shimmering before her, a comforting presence from her past. Chen smiles, tears welling up, playing her role to perfection. Then, Thorne's face appears for a split second, a jarring intrusion in the simulated reunion, a digital specter haunting the machine. Chen recoils, the illusion broken, pulling out her data pad, analyzing the glitch, a hunter sensing its prey. Inside grief therapy company hallway during the day. Hartigan and Chen walk side by side, their faces grim, the masks of grief replaced by masks of determination.
I saw a glitch in my session. Thorne's face just for a second.
I saw it too. He's watching us. He's playing us. This whole place, it's a trap.
Chen's eyes widen, a spark of fear mixed with excitement. They quicken their pace down the hallway. Two predators stalking their prey in the sterile, artificial world of Elysium Gate. Inside company cafeteria during the day. The sterile cafeteria is almost empty, the bright fluorescent lights amplifying the sense of artificiality. The silence is broken only by the low hum of ventilation and the clinking of Hartigan's coffee cup against the Formica tabletop. Chen picks at a synthetic protein bar, her appetite gone, her face a mask of troubled thought. Hartigan sips his black coffee, his gaze fixed on a grieving couple nearby. Their faces are illuminated by the flickering holographic image of a child, a digital ghost playing tag in the sterile environment, a poignant tableau of manufactured grief.
It's invasive. The way these simulations prey on grief, it's like a violation.
Hartigan nods, his eyes troubled, his gaze fixed on the grieving couple.
Exploitation. Plain and simple. Thorne's preying on the vulnerable, selling them a digital afterlife.
But it's also compelling. I felt a pang for my own grandmother watching the simulations. The urge to reconnect, it's powerful.
She pushes the protein bar away, her stomach churning, the artificial food suddenly repulsive.
It's a beautiful lie. That's what makes it so dangerous.
A distraction from the real work of grieving. A shortcut to closure that leads nowhere.
A man, his face etched with grief, approaches their table, a holographic image of a woman flickering beside him, a digital ghost offering silent comfort.
Excuse me. I couldn't help but overhear. You seem skeptical about the therapy.
Let's just say I have my doubts about the efficacy of grief counseling via hologram.
The man's holographic companion smiles sadly, her eyes filled with a manufactured longing, a digital echo of a lost love.
It's not a con, detective. It's a lifeline. A way to hold on to the ones we've lost, to keep their memory alive.
Memories are fragile things. Best not to tamper with them. This is just a pale imitation. It's not real.
What is real, detective? Is a photograph real? Is a memory real? Or are they just interpretations, reconstructions? This helps me reconstruct my reality. Isn't that all any of us are trying to do?
Chen watches the exchange, her own internal conflict reflected in her troubled gaze, the man's words striking a chord within her.
What if it's a way to cope? To find peace? A way to say goodbye?
Peace comes from truth, Chen, not from digital deception. Thorne's selling false hope. He doesn't care about healing, only control.
I wonder if I had this when my grandmother was dying, if I could have held her hand one last time, would I have used it? Would I have been able to resist?
The man looks at Chen, his eyes filled with a deep sadness, a well of grief that threatens to overflow.
Don't judge us, Ms. Chen. You haven't walked in our shoes. You haven't felt this emptiness. This void, this technology, it may be a lie, but it's a beautiful lie. And sometimes a beautiful lie is all we have left.
He turns and walks away, the holographic image of his wife fading as he moves further into the sterile, brightly lit cafeteria, a digital ghost disappearing into the cold light of day, leaving the man alone with his grief. Hartigan watches the grieving couple. The holographic child fades, leaving the couple alone in their grief, their faces etched with sorrow, their embrace a tangible reminder of their shared loss, a physical connection in a world of simulated emotions. They hold each other, tears streaming down their faces, the raw, unfiltered emotion a stark contrast to the simulated comfort they sought in the digital ghost.
We can't let our own grief cloud our judgment. We can't be seduced by the illusion. We have to stop Thorne, before he hurts anyone else.
Chen nods, her face etched with conflicting emotions, the man's words echoing in her mind, challenging her beliefs, forcing her to confront the ethical implications of the technology she embraces, the technology that has the power to both heal and destroy. She stands, walks towards the exit, her shoulders slumped, the weight of her own grief and her growing doubts heavy on her heart. Hartigan watches her go, his own heart heavy, his resolve hardening. He knows what he has to do. He has to expose Thorne, not just for Lawson, not just for Sarah, but for all the grieving souls seeking solace in a world of digital deception, a world where the lines between reality and illusion are becoming increasingly blurred, a world where the ghosts of the past are being resurrected to serve the needs of the present, a world he must fight to protect. Inside Tech Lab at night. The Tech Lab hums with the low thrum of powerful servers and the ethereal glow of holographic displays. Rows of 3D printers churn out components, their rhythmic wearing a mechanical heartbeat in the sterile space. Robotic arms, precise and tireless, manipulate microchips with delicate, almost surgical precision. Hartigan and Chen move stealthily through the lab, two shadows navigating a digital landscape. Chen disables security cameras with a handheld device, a silent click marking each neutralized threat. Hartigan scans the room, his senses heightened, his eyes alert for any sign of danger, a predator in his element.
Emotion sensors deactivated. Cameras offline. 5 minutes before the diagnostic.
They reach a central workstation, where a holographic projection of a young woman flickers to life, a digital ghost taking shape. A technician refines the image, his face illuminated by the ethereal glow, oblivious to the intruders in his midst.
They're creating a new deepfake. The detail is incredible.
Hartigan watches, repulsed by the violation, yet captivated by the technological artistry.
They're using advanced neural networks. It's like they're stealing souls. I'm downloading the source code. This could be the key.
The technician finishes his work. The holographic image solidifies, the digital ghost now fully formed, eerily lifelike.
Just like the real thing.
He turns away, leaving the digital ghost shimmering in the air. Chen steps forward, her fingers flying across her data pad, a digital whisperer communicating with the machine.
Almost there.
Suddenly, Hartigan bumps a server rack, rattling a loose cable. A red light flashes on a nearby security panel, accompanied by a piercing alarm, the silent world erupting into chaos. A security drone descends from the ceiling, its camera lens focusing on them, a mechanical eye locking onto its prey.
Let's go.
They run, the alarm blaring, the sterile lab now a hunting ground. Chen disables security systems as they go, a digital wizard weaving spells of disruption. Hartigan, using his instincts, guides them through the maze of corridors, a predator navigating its natural habitat. They reach a fire exit, Chen frantically working at the electronic lock, her fingers dancing across the keypad.
It's jammed! Thorn must have overridden the system!
Hartigan slams his shoulder against the door, but it's reinforced steel, an impenetrable barrier. The drone is closing in, its whirring rotors growing louder, the mechanical predator closing in for the kill.
Stand back.
He pulls a small, magnetic explosive device from his pocket, one of Chen's digital toys, slaps it onto the door panel, and dives for cover, pulling Chen down with him. The device detonates with a muffled boom, blowing the lock and sending the heavy steel door flying inwards, the sterile lab momentarily engulfed in smoke and debris. Outside alleyway immediately after, they burst out into the cool night air, the sounds of the city mixing with the blaring alarm, a symphony of chaos. The drone swoops down, its searchlight cutting through the darkness, a relentless eye searching for its escaped prey. They sprint down a narrow alley, dodging piles of garbage and discarded tech, the detritus of a digital world.
We need to lose this thing.
He pulls out his Zippo, flicks it open, the small flame a beacon of defiance. He sets fire to a pile of discarded cardboard boxes, creating a temporary smokescreen, a veil of analog chaos in the digital night. They disappear into the smoke, the drone momentarily confused, its digital senses overwhelmed by the analog world.
That was too close.
We got what we needed, the source code. But we need to get out of here. Now.
Hartigan nods, his respect for Chen's skills evident. They may have escaped, but the hunt is far from over. Inside Elysium Gate security room at night. Multiple holographic displays flicker and glow in the darkened room, casting an eerie, pulsating light on the faces of the security personnel. Surveillance feeds from various locations within Elysium Gate play out on the screens, a silent, digital symphony of observation and control. Thorn stands before a central display, his eyes fixed on the footage of Hartigan and Chen's escape from the tech lab. His initial amusement quickly fades, replaced by a growing anger. His eyes narrow, his lips tightening into a thin, cruel line, a predator whose prey has escaped its trap.
Are foolish, arrogant. They think they can outsmart me. They think they can steal from me. They have no idea what they've unleashed.
He watches as Chen expertly disables security cameras and bypasses electronic locks, his amusement turning to grudging admiration, a hunter recognizing the skill of its quarry.
She's good. Too good. A valuable asset wasted on sentimentality.
He sees Hartigan setting fire to the cardboard boxes, creating a diversion, his analog methods surprisingly effective in the digital world, a dinosaur defying extinction.
And Hartigan, a relic of the past. A dinosaur, but resourceful. He still has a few tricks up his analog sleeve.
His face hardens, the mask of composure cracking, as he realizes the extent of their intrusion, the data they've stolen, the threat they pose to his carefully constructed empire. A king whose castle has been breached.
The source code, the Cerberus protocol, they have access to everything. This is unacceptable. This changes everything.
He turns to his head of security, a tall, imposing figure with a steely gaze and a digital earpiece. The head of security stands silently, his presence radiating an aura of quiet menace, a predator awaiting its master's command.
They've stolen valuable data, sensitive information. They're a threat, a liability. They need to be eliminated. Permanently. No loose ends. Do you understand?
The head of security nods, his face impassive, his voice devoid of emotion, a tool programmed for obedience.
Yes, Doctor. Consider it done.
Thorne turns back to the holographic display, watching the now empty alleyway where Hartigan and Chen disappeared, his eyes filled with a cold fury, his mind already calculating his next move. His digital web of surveillance and control extends outwards, searching for his prey, determined to hunt them down, to silence them, to erase them from his digital world, a god preparing to unleash his wrath.
They may have won this battle, but they will not win the war. I will find them, and when I do, they will pay the price for their defiance. They will learn that no one challenges Elysium Gate and gets away with it. No one.
Inside therapy room during the day. The room is dimly lit, the only light source a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the holographic projector. The air is thick with the cloying scent of synthetic lavender, a sterile, artificial perfume that hangs heavy in the stillness. Hartigan sits in a plush armchair, the luxurious comfort a stark contrast to the turmoil within him. His worn leather notebook, a tangible link to the real world, rests on his lap. Dr. Sharma sits opposite him, her professional demeanor a carefully constructed mask, her data pad resting on her knees, a digital sentinel guarding the secrets of Elysium Gate.
Ready, Mr. Jones?
Hartigan hesitates, then nods, steeling himself for the encounter. Dr. Sharma taps a command, and the holographic projector whirs to life, the soft hum a prelude to the digital resurrection. The image of Sarah shimmers into existence, a ghost in the machine, a phantom born of data and grief.
Jack.
Hartigan's breath catches in his throat, the illusion momentarily overwhelming him, the ghost of his past reaching out from the digital void.
It's so good to see you.
Sarah.
The holographic Sarah walks towards him, an ethereal figure gliding through the soft light, reaches out, her hand brushing against his cheek. He flinches, the contact feeling wrong, cold, unnatural. Then a wave of longing washes over him, overriding his instincts, and he covers her hand with his own, the desperate need for connection overriding his suspicion.
You look tired, Jack. Emily misses you. You both need to find a way to reconnect.
Hartigan's heart aches, the manufactured emotion twisting the knife of his real grief. He pulls his hand away, his eyes searching the holographic Sarah's face, the illusion beginning to crumble.
It's really you.
What's wrong, Jack?
You tell me, Sarah. You seem a little too perfect. A little too lifelike. Almost as if you've never experienced the messy reality of being human.
Hartigan stares at the holographic Sarah, the illusion broken, the digital ghost now a chilling reminder of the deception, a premonition of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. He stands up abruptly, turning away from the image, his mind reeling, the carefully constructed reality of Elysium Gate collapsing around him. He pulls out his notebook, flips to a page with a sketch of Thorne, his suspicion hardening into certainty. Dr. Sharma watches him, her professional detachment cracking, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, a seed of unease planted in her carefully cultivated composure. Inside Weaver's office at night. The office is sleek and minimalist, a temple of technology and control. A large, curved holographic display dominates one wall, currently flickering with a complex, mesmerizing simulation of global data flows, a digital tapestry woven with secrets and lies. Chen, dressed in black, a shadow in the night, moves silently through the darkened office, a predator stalking its prey in its own den. She reaches the desk, pulls out a small, sophisticated device, and attaches it to the computer's data port, a digital parasite latching onto its host. Lines of code scroll across the device's screen, a silent conversation between hacker and machine. The holographic display flickers, shifts to Thorne's personal server, the heart of the beast. Chen navigates through layers of encryption, her fingers dancing across the device's keypad, a digital safecracker unlocking the vault of Thorne's secrets.
Almost there.
She finds a hidden directory, Project Chimera, the Pandora's box of Thorne's digital deceptions. Inside, thousands of files, research papers, experimental data, video logs, a digital graveyard of stolen memories and shattered lives. She finds a familiar name, a name that sends a chill down her spine.
Sarah Hartigan.
A video log begins to play, the ghost of Sarah Hartigan flickering to life on the screen. A younger Sarah, her face illuminated by the cold glow of a computer screen, talks to someone off-screen, her voice filled with a mixture of fear and defiance.
This technology, it's terrifying, alias. You're playing God.
For fear is a tool, Sarah, like grief, like hope, they can all be manipulated, controlled.
This isn't the future I want. A future built on lies.
It's the future I'm building. You can join me, or become a relic of the past.
The video log cuts out, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. Chen stares at the screen, her mind reeling, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fall into place. Sarah knew Thorne. He threatened her, silenced her. Fury hardens her resolve, the hunter becoming the hunted. She digs deeper, her fingers flying across the keypad, a digital bloodhound sniffing out the truth. Financial records link Thorne to shell corporations, funneling money into Elysium Gate, the intricate web of his financial deceptions exposed. Encrypted messages reveal a network of powerful figures, their identities masked, discussing Project Chimera's potential, not just blackmail, but control. Thorne isn't reacting. He's orchestrating. He's the puppet master, pulling the strings of power and grief. She finds a file labeled Contingency Plans, Thorne's insurance policy against discovery. Inside, detailed profiles of Hartigan and Chen, their backgrounds, their weaknesses, their predicted responses to various stimuli, a digital dissection of their lives, laid bare for Thorne's amusement. Thorne anticipated their investigation. He's laid a trap, a digital snare waiting to spring.
He's playing us.
She downloads everything, a digital thief stealing the evidence of Thorne's crimes, then erases her tracks, a ghost in the machine leaving no trace of her presence. As she reaches the door, the holographic display flickers, showing Thorne's face, his eyes cold, calculating a digital specter materializing in the darkened room. A chilling pre-recorded message plays, his voice a synthetic whisper of menace.
I know you're there, Miss Chen. I admire your skills, but you're playing a dangerous game. A game you can't win. I control the board. I control the pieces. And now I control you.
Chen slips out of the office, disappearing into the shadows, the data chip a weapon in her hand, a digital David facing a digital Goliath. Thorne's image on the holographic display dissolves into the global data flows, silently pulsing, waiting, a digital predator lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Outside city streets at night, rain slicks the neon-lit streets, reflecting the towering skyscrapers like distorted mirrors, transforming the city into a shimmering, surreal landscape. Chen, dressed in dark clothing, moves swiftly through the crowds, a phantom navigating the urban labyrinth. Her eyes are fixed on a man in a gray suit a few steps ahead, one of Thorne's enforcers, a face she plucked from the digital tapestry of Thorne's surveillance footage. She maintains a safe distance, her determination fueled by the stolen data. The secrets she now holds, a digital David armed with a slingshot of information. Her every move is precise and calculated, a predator stalking its prey in the urban jungle. The enforcer turns a corner, disappearing down a narrow side street, a rat scurrying into the shadows. Chen follows, her pace quickening, her senses on high alert. The data she carries a heavy weight on her shoulders, a burden and a weapon. She keeps to the shadows, using the flow of pedestrians as cover, her movements fluid and silent, a ghost in the machine of the city. She grips a small, electroshock weapon in her pocket, her only defense against the ruthless men she knows Thorne employs, men who operate outside the law, men who answer only to Thorne, men who are the shadows cast by his digital empire. The side street is deserted, the only sounds the rhythmic drumming of the rain and the distant echo of Chen's footsteps. The enforcer stops at a nondescript door, glances over his shoulder, then enters, disappearing into the shadows. Chen approaches the door cautiously, her eyes scanning the street, her hand hovering over the electroshock weapon, her breath catching in her throat, a predator poised to strike. She pulls out a small device, quickly scans the door for electronic locks. The device beeps softly, the green light indicating a successful bypass. She disables the lock, the door clicking softly open, a silent invitation into the darkness. She slips inside, the door closing silently behind her, the streetlights casting long, eerie shadows that stretch and contort like digital ghosts, the city itself a silent accomplice to her infiltration. Inside abandoned warehouse at night. The warehouse is vast and cavernous, the only light filtering in from the streetlights outside, creating a chiaroscuro of light and shadow, a visual representation of the secrets hidden within. Rows of crates and machinery cast long, eerie shadows, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay, a graveyard of forgotten industry. Chen moves through the warehouse, her footsteps echoing in the stillness, each step a calculated risk, her senses on high alert. She activates the camera on her necklace, capturing the scene, documenting the evidence, preparing for the confrontation she knows is coming, a digital historian recording the events as they unfold. She spots the enforcer talking to two other men, their faces obscured by the shadows, their voices low and menacing. She recognizes them from the surveillance footage, Thorne's enforcers, known for their brutality and efficiency, men who operate outside the law, men who answer only to Thorne, the shadows cast by his digital empire. She moves closer, keeping to the shadows, her heart pounding in her chest, the adrenaline coursing through her veins, her mind racing, calculating her next move, a predator circling its prey.
Did you get it?
The data chip. It's secure.
Good. Thorne will be pleased.
Chen realizes they have retrieved something important, something Thorne wants, something she needs. She has to get her hands on it. She moves closer, her determination battling with a growing sense of fear, the data chip a prize and a potential trap. Suddenly a fourth figure emerges from the shadows, Thorne, his face illuminated by the faint glow of a data pad, his eyes cold and calculating, his smile a predatory mask. He smiles coldly, his eyes fixed on the enforcers, his presence radiating an aura of power and control, the spider at the center of its web.
Excellent work, gentlemen. You've retrieved the key to our future.
He takes the data chip from Enforcer 2, examines it closely, his fingers tracing its surface, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and anticipation, a miser gloating over his newfound treasure.
But with this, we control the narrative, we control the truth, we control everything.
Chen's fear intensifies, a cold knot forming in her stomach, but she knows she can't back down. She has to get that data chip. It's the key to exposing Thorn, to bringing down his empire of lies. She pulls out her electroshock weapon, her hand trembling slightly, her resolve hardening in the face of danger.
Now, we have one loose end to tie up. A certain detective and his associate. They've been poking around where they don't belong. They've become a liability.
We'll take care of them, Thorn. Permanently.
I have no doubt. Make it convincing. I want to send a message. A message that no one interferes with Elysium Gate. No one.
Chen realizes they're talking about her and Hartigan. Thorn knows they've been investigating him. He's onto them. He's set a trap. Her fear turns to panic, a cold wave washing over her, the adrenaline surging through her veins. She has to warn Hartigan. She turns to run, but it's too late.
There, behind the crates.
The enforcers turn, their eyes fixed on Chen, their faces hardening, their hands reaching for their weapons. She raises her electroshock weapon, her finger hovering over the trigger, her mind racing, calculating the odds. Knowing they're stacked against her, a cornered animal preparing to fight for its life.
Stay back.
You think that little toy can stop us?
The enforcers advance, their movements swift and menacing, their shadows stretching and contorting on the warehouse floor, like digital predators closing in on their prey. Chen fires the electroshock weapon, hitting Enforcer 2 in the chest. He stumbles back, momentarily stunned, his body convulsing, his eyes rolling back in his head. Chen turns and runs, her footsteps echoing in the vast warehouse, the sound of pursuing footsteps close behind. The chase is on. She weaves through the rows of crates, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She glances over her shoulder, the enforcers gaining on her, their faces grim, their eyes filled with a predatory gleam. She ducks behind a stack of machinery, her mind racing, searching for a way out, a way to escape the digital hunters, a way to survive. She pulls out her data pad, activates a program, her fingers flying across the screen, a series of commands scrolling past, a digital counter offensive. A nearby robotic arm suddenly wears to life, its movements jerky and precise. It sweeps across the aisle, knocking over crates, creating a barrier between Chen and her pursuers. The enforcers stumble and curse, momentarily delayed, buying Chen precious seconds. She sprints towards a loading dock, her eyes scanning the darkened warehouse, searching for an exit, a way out, a chance to escape. She reaches the loading dock, a large metal door blocking her path, her final obstacle. She quickly scans the door panel, her data pad beeping softly, the green light indicating a successful bypass. She disables the lock, the door rumbling upwards, revealing a glimpse of the rain-slicked streets outside, a beacon of hope in the darkness. She slips through the opening, just as the enforcers reach the loading dock, their faces contorted in frustration, their prey slipping through their fingers, their digital quarry escaping back into the analog world. Outside city streets at night, Chen bursts out of the warehouse, the rain washing over her face, cleansing her, baptizing her in the cold reality of the night. She knows she can't outrun them forever. She has to find a way out of the city, a way to disappear, a way to protect the data she carries, the data that could bring Thorn down, the data that is now her lifeline. She has to warn Hartigan. Inside Safe House at night. A small, sparsely furnished room, illuminated by the cool glow of multiple holographic displays and the flickering light of Emily's laptop. The room is a haven of technology, a digital fortress in the heart of the city, a sanctuary of data and code. Cables snake across the floor, connecting servers, routers, and other high-tech equipment, creating a chaotic yet organized network. A digital web of Emily's own design, her command center in the war against Thorn. Emily sits hunched over her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her face illuminated by the glow of the screen, her brow furrowed in concentration, her eyes scanning the lines of code scrolling past, a digital warrior preparing for battle.
Come on, Dad, Chen, where are you?
She accesses news reports and social media feeds, the holographic displays flickering with images of the chaos at Elysium Gate, the drone crash, the police presence, the growing public outcry. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place, revealing the extent of the danger her father and Chen are in, the digital web tightening around them. Her anxiety grows with each news report, each social media update, each fragmented piece of information painting a grim picture of the escalating situation.
A lockdown, a drone malfunctioning, Thorn's enforcers. This is bad. This is really bad.
She pulls up a map of the city, overlays it with a schematic of Elysium Gate's security system, a digital overlay of Thorn's fortress. Her fingers trace potential escape routes, her mind racing, calculating the odds, searching for a way to help her father and Chen, a way to get them out, a way to keep them safe, a digital strategist planning their escape.
They're trafficked. Thorns box them in. There has to be a way out, a back door, a blind spot.
She accesses the city's network, bypassing firewalls, cracking encryption codes, navigating through layers of security protocols, a digital ghost slipping through the electronic barriers. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, a blur of motion, her mind a whirlwind of data streams, her tech skills her only weapon in this digital war.
Almost, come on.
She finds a weakness in Elysium Gate's security system, a backdoor her mother had discovered years ago, a hidden vulnerability that Thorn never bothered to fix, a digital ghost of Sarah's ingenuity, a legacy of defiance.
Mom, you were a genius.
She exploits the vulnerability, disabling security cameras, unlocking doors, creating a path for Hartigan and Chen to escape, a digital angel of mercy guiding them through the labyrinth. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, her actions a silent prayer, a desperate hope that they will make it out alive. She glances at the clock on her laptop, the seconds ticking away, the time running out, the danger increasing with every breath, every heartbeat. She knows she's only bought them a little time, a small window of opportunity, a chance to escape Thorn's digital clutches. She knows she has to do more. She has to expose Thorn, to reveal his secrets to the world, to bring his empire crashing down.
It's up to you now, Dad. Get out, get Chen out, and then we finish this. Together.
Inside Hartigan's apartment at night. Hartigan sits hunched over his antiquated computer, the glow of the screen illuminating his frustrated face. The lines of code scrolling across the monitor, a chaotic jumble of symbols and numbers, a foreign language mocking his analog mind. He's attempting to decrypt the files Chen stole from Thorna's office, but he's out of his depth, lost in a digital maze, his frustration growing with each failed attempt. The room, usually a sanctuary of his analog world, feels alien, hostile, a battlefield where he's ill-equipped to fight.
Damn code, Sarah would have known what to do.
He rubs his temples, his fingers digging into his skin, the physical pain a welcome distraction from the mental anguish of his digital impotence. He's surrounded by the tools of his trade, his worn leather notebook, crime scene photos, a fingerprint kits, tangible reminders of a world he understands, a world he controls. But none of them can help him decipher the secrets hidden within the digital fortress Thorn has built, a fortress he can't penetrate, a fortress that holds the key to Sarah's death, the key to Thorn's downfall, the key to his own redemption. He tries different decryption programs, different algorithms, his fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar keyboard commands, the mouse clicking erratically, a frantic dance of frustration and futility. The files remain stubbornly locked, taunting him with their impenetrability, a digital wall he can't scale, a barrier between him and the truth. He slams his fist on the desk, the sound echoing in the quiet apartment, a physical manifestation of his digital helplessness. He takes a deep breath, trying to rein in his anger, his frustration, the rising tide of grief that threatens to drown him.
Think, Hartigan, think. There has to be a way. There's always a way.
Inside Hartigan's apartment, Dats, years ago during a flashback. Sunlight streams through the windows of a younger, cleaner version of Hartigan's apartment, a stark contrast to its current state of disarray. Sarah sits at the kitchen table, struggling with a lock-picking set, her brow furrowed in concentration. Hartigan stands beside her, patiently guiding her hands, his voice gentle and encouraging, a teacher sharing his knowledge with his eager student.
Easy does it, Sarah. Feel the tumblers. Listen to the clicks. It's a delicate dance. Not a brute force assault.
It's harder than it looks. My fingers feel like sausages.
You'll get it. Just takes practice. Like anything worth doing.
Inside Hartigan's apartment nights, back to present. He remembers Emily, her effortless command of the digital world, her quick thinking, her sharp mind, a mind that mirrors Sarah's in its sharp intelligence and relentless curiosity. He pulls out his phone, hesitates for a moment, his pride stinging at having to admit his own limitations, his own technophobia, his resistance to the very world that Sarah embraced, the world that Emily now inhabits. He dials her number, the digital tones a jarring intrusion in the quiet apartment, each beep a reminder of his own inadequacy in this new digital world.
Dad, is everything all right?
I need your help, Emily.
What is it? What's wrong?
It's these files. Chen stole them from Thorne's office, but they're encrypted. I can't crack them. I'm out of my depth.
Send them to me? I'll take a look.
I don't know. Emily, it's complicated, dangerous.
Dad, just send them. Trust me.
Hartigan hesitates for a moment longer, then relents. He knows he needs Emily's help. He knows he can't do this alone. He transmits the files, the digital transfer, a silent acknowledgement of his growing reliance on Emily, on technology, on the very world he has so fiercely resisted. His pride stings, but it's a small price to pay for the chance to get justice for Sarah, to protect Emily, to bring Thorne down.
All right, they're sent. But be careful, Emily. These files, they're dangerous.
Inside Emily's apartment at night. Emily sits at her computer, the encrypted files open on her screen, glowing with a cool, ethereal light. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, lines of code scrolling past at dizzying speed, a digital symphony of decryption. She cracks the encryption with surprising ease, her expertise in the digital world a stark contrast to her father's struggles, a reflection of the generational divide, and a bridge between their two worlds. Inside Hartigan's apartment at night. Hartigan paces the room, his anxiety growing with each passing minute, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic hum of his antiquated computer, a machine that feels increasingly inadequate in this digital age. He feels a sense of helplessness, of being out of his depth in this digital world, a world where ghosts are created and manipulated, a world where the truth is hidden beneath layers of code and deception, a world he must now navigate if he wants to avenge Sarah, protect Emily, and reclaim his own lost soul. The phone rings, a jarring sound in the tense silence. He picks it up, his voice tense.
Emily.
I got them. The files are decrypted. Sending them back to you now.
Hartigan's shoulders relax, a wave of relief washing over him. He's grateful for Emily's help, humbled by her skill, and ashamed of his own resistance to the very technology that has just proven so essential. He's starting to understand that technology is not the enemy, but a tool that can be used for good or evil, a tool he must now learn to wield if he wants to win this war against the digital ghosts that haunt him.
Thank you, Emily. I don't know what I would have done.
Don't mention it, Dad. Just be careful. These files, they're explosive.
Hartigan's eyes narrow, his determination returning, his resolve hardening. He knows the risks. He knows the dangers. But he also knows that he can't back down. Not now. Not ever.
I will. And Emily.
Yeah.
Thank you. For everything.
He hangs up, a faint smile playing on his lips, a smile that reflects his gratitude for Emily, his growing acceptance of the digital world, and his renewed determination to bring Thorn down. He opens the decrypted files, his eyes scanning the data, his mind piecing together the puzzle. The digital information merging with his analog intuition, a powerful combination that will lead him closer to the truth, closer to justice, closer to redemption. He's one step closer to bringing Thorn down, one step closer to avenging Sarah, one step closer to reclaiming his own life, one bite at a time. He may not be a digital native, but he's learning. He's adapting. He's evolving. And he won't stop until justice is served. Inside Emily's apartment during the day. Sunlight streams into Emily's modern, minimalist apartment, illuminating the holographic displays and tech equipment that fill the space. A digital command center humming with quiet energy. Empty coffee cups and takeout containers litter the desk, the remnants of a long night's work, a silent testament to their dedication. Emily sits hunched over her computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her face illuminated by the glow of the screen, a digital warrior hacking through the virtual battlefield. Hartigan paces nervously behind her, his analog presence a stark contrast to the digital world surrounding him, his eyes fixed on the scrolling lines of code, a language he doesn't understand, yet knows holds the key to everything.
Almost there, just a few more layers of encryption to bypass.
Hartigan runs a hand through his grizzled hair, his anxiety growing. He's out of his element in this digital world, relying on Emily's expertise to unlock the secrets hidden within Thorn's files. A man of action forced to be a spectator in a digital war.
Got it?
The screen changes, revealing a list of names, dates, and cryptic notes, the raw data of Thorn's deceptions, laid bare for their inspection. Emily scrolls through the data, her initial excitement quickly turning to dread, the weight of the information settling upon her.
Oh my God.
What is it? What do you see?
Emily turns to Hartigan, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock, the digital oracle delivering a chilling prophecy.
It's a list. A list of Thorn's clients and their secrets.
Hartigan leans closer, his eyes scanning the data. He recognizes some of the names: prominent politicians, business leaders, celebrities, the pillars of the city's power structure, their foundations built on secrets and lies. The secrets listed beside their names range from embarrassing indiscretions to outright criminal activity, a catalog of human weakness and corruption.
Blackmail.
On a massive scale, Thorn has been collecting their secrets, using deepfakes to control them, to manipulate them, to turn them into his puppets.
Hartigan paces the room, his mind reeling from the scope of the conspiracy, the digital web of Thorn's influence spreading wider than he could have imagined.
This isn't just about Lawson anymore. This is about the entire city, the entire system.
He's been building this network for years, slowly, meticulously, weaving his web of deception.
He's a spider, Emily. And we're caught in his web.
We have to expose him, Dad. We have to bring him down.
I know, but how? He's too powerful. He has too many connections.
We have proof now. The data, the video logs, the financial records, it's all here. We can take this to the authorities, to the media.
The authorities are corrupt, Emily. And the media, they'll be too afraid to touch this. Thorne will bury them, just like he buried Lawson. Just like he buried your mother.
Emily flinches at the mention of Sarah, her resolve faltering, the weight of her mother's fate pressing down on her.
Then what do? We can't just let him get away with this.
We have to find a way to expose him on our own terms. We have to find a weakness, a vulnerability.
His clients, they're his weakness. If we can convince them to turn against him.
They won't turn, Emily. They're too afraid. They'd rather live with the blackmail than risk exposure.
But what if we could guarantee their anonymity? What if we could offer them protection?
How? We're just two people against a vast network of power and influence.
We're not alone, Dad. We have Mom's research. We have the truth. And we have each other.
She looks at Hartigan, her eyes filled with a fierce determination, a reflection of her mother's strength. Hartigan looks back at her, his heart swelling with pride and a renewed sense of hope. He sees Sarah in her strength, her courage, her unwavering commitment to justice.
You're right, Emily. We're not alone, and we're not giving up.
He pulls out his worn leather notebook, a tangible symbol of his analog world, flips to a blank page.
We'll need a plan, a strategy, a way to turn Thorne's own weapons against him.
Emily nods, her fingers already flying across the keyboard, her mind racing with possibilities. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminates their faces, two warriors united in a common cause, a father and daughter fighting for the truth, fighting for justice, fighting for the memory of the woman they both loved. They're facing a formidable enemy, a digital puppeteer pulling the strings of power and deception. But they're not afraid. They have the truth on their side, and they're ready to fight. Inside police station during the day. The harsh fluorescent lights of the conference room highlight the tension in the air, casting long, stark shadows on the faces of the assembled officers. Hartigan and Chen stand before Captain Reynolds and several other high-ranking officers, their analog and digital worlds colliding in the sterile, impersonal space. Hartigan sets his worn leather notebook on the table, a symbol of his old school methods, a stark contrast to the technology that surrounds them. Chen activates her data pad, projecting holographic images onto the conference table, financial records, encrypted messages, the deepfake of Michael Lawson Jr., the digital ghosts of Thorne's deception swirling in the sterile light. The officers lean in, studying the evidence, their faces a mixture of skepticism and concern.
Thorne is using deepfakes to blackmail prominent figures in this city, including Senator Lawson.
Chen highlights connections between Thorne, shell corporations, and Elysium Gate on a holographic schematic, the digital web of Thorne's conspiracy illuminating the polished surface of the table.
This isn't just blackmail, Captain. It's a network. Thorne is using Elysium Gate to build power.
Deepfakes are easy to fabricate. This evidence could be manufactured.
Hartigan opens his notebook, showing a sketch of Thorne overlaid with a facial recognition match from the fundraiser photo, the analog and digital merging, reinforcing each other.
This is Thorne. He's the Weaver. And he's preying on the vulnerable, exploiting their grief.
Captain Reynolds picks up a printed photo of Lawson, shaking hands with a shadowy figure at the fundraiser, comparing it to Hartigan's sketch, the tangible evidence echoing the digital image.
Elysium Gate is a respected institution. We need concrete proof of illegal activity.
Chen projects a video log onto the table. It's Sarah Hartigan, years younger, her face filled with fear, a ghost from the past delivering a chilling warning.
This technology is dangerous, Elias. You're crossing a line.
There are no lines, Sarah, only possibilities.
The video log ends, the silence amplifying the weight of Sarah's words, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The officers exchange uneasy glances, the seeds of doubt planted in their minds.
Thorne threatened Sarah, silenced her, just like he silenced Lawson.
This is concerning. I'll review this evidence, but I need more before I authorize a full investigation.
Hartigan slams his notebook shut, the sound echoing in the tense silence, frustration simmering beneath the surface, his patience wearing thin.
We don't have time for procedure, Captain. Thorne's a predator. He's dangerous.
The data speaks for itself, Captain.
Captain Reynolds stands, her expression unwavering, a mask of bureaucratic indifference.
I said I'll review it. Dismissed.
Hartigan and Chen exchange a frustrated look, their hopes dashed against the wall of institutional inertia. They turn and leave the conference room, the holographic projections dissolving behind them, the digital ghosts fading into the sterile light, leaving only the harsh reality of their powerlessness in the face of Thorne's influence. Inside grief therapy company Thorne's office during the day. Thorne sits at his sleek, minimalist desk, the very embodiment of cold, calculated control. On the holographic display, a live feed of Hartigan's therapy session plays, a digital puppet show orchestrated by Thorne himself.
Jack, please don't push me away.
You're not real.
Sentimentality, so human, so predictable.
He taps his data pad, a small, almost imperceptible movement of his finger, a gesture that unleashes chaos. A holographic keyboard appears, shimmering in the air. He types, each keystroke a death knell for Hartigan and Chen.
Initiate protocol Omega. Lockdown. Apprehend Hartigan and Chen. No loose ends.
Schematics of the building appear on the display, a digital blueprint of the trap he's sprung. Inside grief therapy company Hartigan Sanctuary during the day. Hartigan continues to argue with the holographic Sarah, the illusion crumbling around him, his suspicion growing.
This is a lie.
The holographic Sarah glitches, her image dissolving, replaced by a distorted image of Thorne, the puppet master revealed. Hartigan recoils, his eyes widening in realization. The door hisses open, and two enforcers enter, weapons drawn, their faces grim, their movements precise, predators moving in for the kill.
Detective Hartigan, you're under arrest.
Inside grief therapy company Chen's sanctuary day. See intercut with Hartigan's scene. Chen sits in her own sanctuary, surrounded by the soft glow of holographic projections, analyzing the stolen data, her fingers dancing across her data pad. Suddenly, the screen flashes a warning. Security breach. Lockdown initiated. The digital walls of Thorne's fortress slamming shut.
He knew.
Two enforcers enter, weapons trained on her, their movements mirroring those of the enforcers in Hartigan's sanctuary, synchronized predators closing in on their prey.
Ms. Chen, don't move.
Inside grief therapy company hallway immediately after. Hartigan shoves past the enforcers, his desperation giving him strength. He sees Chen being escorted down the hallway, her hands cuffed, a prisoner in Thorne's digital domain.
Chen.
He charges down the hallway, dodging enforcers, a whirlwind of analog fury in a digital world. He reaches Chen, pulls her away from her captors, his movements swift and decisive. Inside grief therapy company waiting room immediately after. Chaos reigns. Alarms blare, lights flash, holographic displays flicker erratically, the carefully constructed illusion of peace and tranquility shattered. Clients scream and panic, their simulated grief replaced by real fear, the digital ghosts dissolving into the harsh light of reality. Hartigan and Chen burst in, pushing through the panicked crowd, two rebels fighting for their lives in a collapsing digital world. They see an elderly woman struggling with a locked door, her face etched with terror.
Help her.
Chen quickly disables the lock, her technological skills a lifeline in the chaos. Hartigan ushers the elderly woman through the now open door, his protective instincts kicking in. He sees a young mother cowering, clutching a holographic image of her infant child, her simulated comfort now a source of terror.
Come on.
He pulls her towards the exit, the holographic child fading, the illusion dissolving in the face of real danger. Inside Grief Therapy Company service corridor immediately after. Hartigan, Chen, the elderly woman, and the young mother run through the sterile, utilitarian service corridor, the harsh fluorescent lights a stark contrast to the soft glow of the sanctuaries. The cold reality of their escape, replacing the simulated comfort of their grief. Hartigan pulls out his notebook, flipping through the blueprints, searching for a way out of the labyrinth. Inside Grief Therapy Company dead end immediately after. They reach a dead end, a heavy steel door blocking their path, a physical manifestation of their desperation. Hartigan slams against the door, his frustration echoing in the confined space.
Trap.
Hartigan boosts Chen up towards a ventilation shaft, a small, dark opening offering a glimmer of hope.
Go! Get help! I'll buy you time!
Be careful!
She climbs into the vent, disappearing into the darkness. Hartigan turns to face the approaching enforcers, his face grim, his resolve hardening. He pulls out his Zippo, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence, a small, analog weapon against the digital forces closing in.
Come and get me.
The enforcers charge, their weapons raised, their faces contorted in rage, the digital hunters closing in on their analog prey. Inside Grief Therapy Company server room at night. The server room hums with the relentless thrum of powerful machines, the air thick with the smell of ozone and electricity. Banks of servers, sleek black monoliths, pulse with digital energy, the heart of Thorn's digital empire. Chen, emerging from the ventilation system, drops silently to the floor, a ghost in the machine. She quickly locates the main server, a sleek, black monolith pulsing with digital energy, the nerve center of Thorn's web. She connects her data pad, her fingers flying across the keyboard, uploading a virus designed to disrupt Thorn's network and expose his illegal activities. A digital assassin planting a bomb in the heart of the enemy's stronghold.
Time to bring down the house.
Inside Grief Therapy Company hallway at night. Hartigan fights off Thorn's enforcers, his movements precise and brutal, a whirlwind of analog fury in a digital world. He uses his knowledge of hand-to-hand combat honed over years on the Force to disarm and disable his attackers, a cornered lion fighting for survival. He knows he can't stay here for long. He has to find a way out. Outside city streets at night. Chen emerges from the Elysium Gate building, her heart pounding, her breath coming in ragged gasps, the adrenaline coursing through her veins. She pulls out her phone, dials Hartigan's number, the rain slicking the screen, blurring the reflected city lights.
I'm out. The virus is uploaded. Thorn's network is compromised.
Good work, Chen. Get to Emily's apartment. Stay safe.
Inside Grief Therapy Company hallway at night. Hartigan, bruised and battered, but still defiant, finally manages to overpower the last of the enforcers. He races down the hallway, Towards the fire exit Chen used earlier, his escape road illuminated by flashing emergency lights. Outside city streets at night, Hartigan bursts out of the fire exit into the rain-swept night. Just as police sirens wail in the distance, a chorus of approaching danger. He knows he's been set up. Thorne has framed him, using the lockdown as a cover to make him look like the intruder, a pawn sacrificed in Thorne's digital game. He pulls out his phone, dials Emily, the urgency of the situation tightening his voice.
Emily, it's me. Thorne knows. He's framed me. They're on their way.
Dad, what's happening?
No time to explain. Get out of your apartment. Now, go somewhere safe. Somewhere they can't find you.
Inside police station during the day, Captain Reynolds watches the news footage of Hartigan fleeing the Elysium Gate building, her face grim, her expression a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. Thorne stands beside her, his expression a mask of concern, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I'm shocked and appalled. Captain, I never would have suspected Detective Hartigan of such criminal behavior. He seemed like such a dedicated officer.
It seems we were both deceived, Dr. Thorne. I assure you, we'll apprehend him and bring him to justice.
Thorne smiles faintly, his eyes glinting with a cold satisfaction, the puppet master watching his plan unfold. Outside city streets during the day, Hartigan, disguised in a worn baseball cap and sunglasses, moves through the crowded streets, a ghost in plain sight, trying to blend in with the throngs of pedestrians. He knows he's being watched, hunted. He can feel Thorne's network closing in on him, like a digital spider web tightening its grip. He ducks into a crowded marketplace, the sights and sounds of the bustling vendors, a temporary distraction from the relentless pursuit, a momentary refuge in the chaos of the city. He pulls out his phone, dials Chen. The call goes straight to voicemail, a chilling silence that amplifies his growing unease.
Chen, it's me. Call me back as soon as you can. I need to know you're safe.
Inside Emily's apartment during the day, Emily frantically packs a bag, throwing clothes and essentials into a duffel bag, her movements fueled by fear and adrenaline. She receives a news alert on her data pad, showing Hartigan being labeled as a rogue cop, wanted for breaking and entering an assault. She knows it's a lie, a frame orchestrated by Thorne, a digital smear campaign designed to destroy her father. She has to help him. She pulls out her phone, dials Chen, her voice tight with urgency.
Chen, it's Emily. Have you seen the news? They're framing Dad. We have to do something.
Outside city streets during the day, Chen sits in a parked car, watching the news footage of Hartigan, her face a mask of worry, her heart pounding in her chest. She receives Emily's call, her heart sinking, the weight of the situation pressing down on her.
Emily, I know. I'm trying to reach your father, but he's not answering.
He called me. He told me to go somewhere safe. He's on the run.
We have to help him. We have to clear his name.
I know, but how? Thorne controls everything. The police, the media.
We have to fight back, Emily. We have to expose Thorne for who he really is. We have to show the world what he's doing.
But how? No one will believe us.
We'll find a way. We have to. For your father. For Sarah. For the truth.
Inside abandoned warehouse at night, Thorne stands before a group of his enforcers, his face illuminated by the cold glow of a holographic display, a digital god addressing his disciples. The display shows a live feed of Hartigan moving through the crowded marketplace, a hunted animal unaware of the predator closing in.
Find him, bringing him to me, alive. I want him to see his world crumble before I destroy it.
Outside city streets at night. Hartigan walks alone, the rain falling on his face, washing away the grime and sweat of the day, a baptism in the cold reality of his situation. He knows he's running out of time. He knows Thorne is closing in, but he won't give up. He won't let Thorne win. He'll fight for the truth, even if it means sacrificing everything. He looks up at the towering skyscrapers, their windows glowing like 1,000 watchful eyes, the silent sentinels of Thorne's digital empire. He knows he's being watched, but he's not afraid. He's angry, and he's ready to fight back. Inside police station interrogation room at night. The room is stark and sterile, the walls a dull, institutional gray, the only light source a harsh overhead lamp, casting long, unforgiving shadows on the faces of Captain Reynolds and the deepfake Thorne. Reynolds sits across from the Thorne deepfake, her face etched with concern, her brow furrowed in thought. A data pad displaying Hartigan's profile flickers in front of her, the detective's haunted gaze a silent accusation in the sterile room. The deepfake Thorne sits calmly, his hands clasped in his lap, his face a picture of manufactured sincerity, his eyes filled with a simulated concern, a digital wolf in sheep's clothing.
Dr. Thorne, I understand this is a difficult time, but I need to ask you a few questions about Detective Hartigan's accusations. He claims you are the Weaver, that you're involved in Senator Lawson's death.
The captain, I assure you, these accusations are completely unfounded. Detective Hartigan, he's a good man, a dedicated officer, but he's been under a lot of stress lately. He's grieving. He's not himself.
He claims to have evidence. Financial records, encrypted messages, video logs. He even says he has proof of your involvement in a conspiracy to blackmail Senator Lawson.
I understand his grief is clouding his judgment. He's grasping at straws. I can assure you, Captain, I have nothing to do with Senator Lawson's death, or any blackmail scheme. I was at home, working late in my lab. The night of the incident, I have security footage to prove it.
Security footage?
Yes, Captain. My entire home and lab are equipped with state-of-the-art surveillance systems. I can provide you with the footage if you require it. I have nothing to hide.
I appreciate your cooperation, Dr. Thorne. I apologize for the inconvenience. We'll be in touch.
Of course, Captain, I understand. And please convey my deepest sympathies to Detective Hartigan. I truly hope he finds the help he needs. He's a good man. It would be a tragedy to lose him to his grief.
Captain Reynolds nods, dismisses the deepfake Thorne, her suspicion momentarily allayed. But a nagging doubt lingers in the back of her mind, a sense of unease she can't quite shake. She looks at Hartigan's profile on the data pad, his face etched with grief and determination, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity, and she wonders if perhaps, just perhaps, he's not as delusional as Thorne would have her believe. She picks up her phone, dials a number.
Get me everything you have on Elias Thorne. Financial records, security footage, personal connections, everything. I want to know everything about this man. And I want it now.
Outside city streets at night. Rain lashes down, reflecting the neon glow of the city's towering skyscrapers, the light distorted and fragmented like a broken mirror. Chen, her breath coming in ragged gasps, sprints down a narrow alleyway, the rhythmic thud of her footsteps echoing off the damp walls, a frantic heartbeat in the urban jungle. Behind her, the whir of a police drone grows louder, its searchlight cutting through the darkness, closing in on her position, a relentless predator hunting its prey. A panic claws at her throat, but she pushes it down, focusing on the task at hand: escape. She glances over her shoulder, the drone gaining on her, its camera lens a malevolent eye tracking her every move, recording her every breath, a digital shadow clinging to her heels.
Damn it, almost there.
She reaches the end of the alleyway, bursting onto a busy street, the sudden influx of pedestrians providing a momentary shield, a fleeting anonymity in the urban throng. She blends into the crowd, her heart pounding in her chest. The drones were still audible above the din of the city, a constant reminder of the danger that lurks above. She glances up, the drone hovering above the street, its searchlight scanning the crowd, its camera lens searching for her face, its digital mind analyzing, identifying, targeting. She ducks into a doorway, her heart racing, her mind racing, the adrenaline surging through her veins, sharpening her senses, focusing her thoughts. She has to find a way to disable the drone, to buy herself some time, to disappear into the digital noise of the city. She pulls out her data pad, her fingers flying across the screen, a blur of motion, a dance of desperation and skill. She activates a program designed to disrupt the drone's navigation system, a countermeasure she developed for just such a situation, a digital shield against the digital hunters.
Come on, come on.
The drone's searchlight sweeps past her hiding place, its camera lens momentarily focused on her face. A fleeting moment of exposure, a digital snapshot that could betray her location. Chen holds her breath, her body pressed against the wall, her fingers still dancing across the data pad, her mind a whirlwind of code and algorithms, her fate hanging in the balance. A small progress bar creeps across the screen, agonizingly slow, each pixel a measure of her dwindling time, each increment a step closer to freedom or capture. The drone's whir grows louder again, its circling back, homing in on her position, its digital senses unerring, its pursuit relentless.
Just a little more.
The progress bar reaches 100%, and a message flashes on the screen. Connection established. Disrupting signal. Chen breathes a sigh of relief, the tension momentarily easing. Just as the drone descends, its searchlight inches from her face, its camera lens staring into her soul, a digital angel of death. Suddenly, the drone's lights flicker, and it begins to spin erratically, its movements jerky and uncontrolled, its digital mind scrambled, its navigation system compromised. It crashes into a nearby building with a sickening crunch of metal and plastic, its rotors sparking, its camera lens shattering, a digital Icarus falling from the sky. The crowd gasps, scattering in panic, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion, the sudden violence a stark reminder of the encroaching digital threat, the fragility of their simulated reality.
One down.
Outside city streets moments later. The street is in chaos. People scream and run, their holographic companions flickering and glitching, adding to the surreal, nightmarish quality of the scene. News drones converge on the scene, their searchlights crisscrossing the sky, their cameras capturing the wreckage, the panic, the growing sense of unease. The Elysium Gate logo, projected onto a nearby building, flickers erratically, a symbol of the company's carefully constructed image now fractured and distorted. Their promise of peace and solace replaced by a chilling premonition of something more sinister. A news reporter, her face pale, her voice trembling, speaks into a holographic microphone, her words echoing in the chaotic street.
Chaos here tonight as a police drone malfunctioned and crashed. Authorities are investigating the incident, but so far, no explanation has been given. This comes just days after the mysterious death of Senator Lawson, raising questions about the safety and reliability of the city's increasingly pervasive drone surveillance program. Some are even speculating about a possible connection to Elysium Gate. The controversial grief therapy company that uses advanced AI technology to create digital simulations of deceased loved ones. Is this a tragic accident or something more sinister? Is our city safe? Are our digital guardians turning against us?
Chen emerges from the doorway, her heart still pounding, her mind still racing, her senses on high alert. She's bought herself some time, but she knows it won't be long before Thorn sends more drones, more enforcers. The city itself has become a digital hunting ground, and she is the prey. She has to find Hartigan. She has to get the data to safety. She has to expose Thorn and his empire of lies. She pulls out her phone, dials Hartigan's number. He answers on the first ring, his voice tense, his concern palpable.
Chen, where are you? Are you all right?
I'm okay. I took down the drone, but there'll be more. They know. Thorn knows.
I know a place. The old docks. Warehouse 7, 30 minutes. Stay safe.
I'll be there.
She hangs up, slips back into the crowd, her eyes scanning the streets, her senses on high alert. She's no longer running. She's hunting. Hunting for a way to expose Thorn, to bring down his empire of lies, to avenge the deaths of Sarah and Lawson, to reclaim her own life, to find justice in a world where reality itself is a simulation, a digital construct, a carefully crafted illusion. She knows the risks. She knows the dangers, but she's not afraid. Not anymore. She's fueled by anger, by grief, by a burning desire for justice, a desire that burns brighter than the neon lights of the city, a desire that will not be extinguished until the truth is revealed, until Thorn pays for his crimes. Inside abandoned building at night. Dust motes dance in the faint moonlight filtering through the grimy windows of the derelict building, the air thick with the smell of decay and damp concrete, a graveyard of forgotten memories. Hartigan sits alone in a darkened corner, his face illuminated by the flickering glow of his burner phone, a small, fragile light in the encroaching darkness, a beacon of hope in a desolate landscape. He scrolls through the decrypted files Chen stole from Thorn's office, his brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes scanning the lines of code, the digital secrets swirling before him like ghosts, a digital scenes in a ruined temple. He finds a message, encrypted and hidden deep within the data, a coded whisper in the digital wilderness, a secret message carried on the digital wind. It's a communication between Thorn and one of his enforcers, discussing a plan to silence Emily. The words cold and clinical, devoid of emotion, a chilling testament to Thorn's ruthlessness. Hartigan's blood runs cold, his heart seizing in his chest, a primal fear gripping him, a fear he hasn't felt since Sarah's death, the icy hand of dread clutching at his soul. Thorn is targeting his daughter.
He wouldn't dare.
He rereads the message, his grip tightening on the phone, the plastic creaking under the pressure, his knuckles white, his breath catching in his throat, the physical manifestation of his rising panic. The message is clear, the threat unmistakable, the danger imminent. Thorn sees Emily as a threat, a loose end that needs to be tied up, a pawn in his twisted game. Hartigan feels a surge of protectiveness, a primal urge to shield his daughter from the encroaching darkness, a darkness he knows all too well, a darkness that threatens to consume them both. He knows he has to act fast. He has to protect Emily, even if it means sacrificing his own safety, his own chance at exposing Thorn, his own chance at redemption. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, the stale air filling his lungs, a taste of his own mortality, his own vulnerability. He opens his eyes again, his resolve hardening, his gaze steely, his mind focused. He knows what he has to do. He has to cut Emily off, push her away, sever the connection before Thorn can exploit it, before he can use her as leverage, before he can hurt her, before he can take her from him too. Inside hospital waiting room days years ago during a flashback. Hartigan paces the sterile, brightly lit waiting room, the antiseptic smell of the hospital clinging to the air, a stark contrast to the decay of the abandoned building. His heart pounds, his mind races, his fear a tangible presence, a suffocating blanket of dread. A doctor approaches, his face grim, his voice soft, the bearer of devastating news.
Mr. Hartigan, I'm so sorry. We did everything we could. The impact, the internal injuries.
Inside abandoned building nights, a back to present. He opens his burner phone, dials Emily's number, his fingers trembling slightly, his heart aching with the weight of his decision. The phone rings, each tone a hammer blow against his resolve, each unanswered ring amplifying his anxiety, his fear, his desperation, a countdown to an unknown fate. It goes straight to voicemail. He tries again, the unanswered rings echoing in the silence of the abandoned building, a sound that mirrors the emptiness in his own heart. He knows Emily is likely on the move, trying to stay one step ahead of Thorne's enforcers, trying to stay safe, trying to survive. He has to find a way to reach her, to warn her, to protect her. He leaves a message, his voice low and urgent, his words a desperate plea, a father's love battling against the cold logic of necessity.
Emily, it's me. Don't trust anyone. Thorne knows about us. He's coming after you. Stay hidden. Don't contact me. I'll find you. I promise. Just stay safe.
He hangs up, stares at the phone, his heart aching with the weight of his decision, the weight of his love, the weight of his grief. He knows that by cutting off contact with Emily, he's making her more vulnerable, more alone, more exposed to the dangers of Thorne's digital world. But he also knows that it's the only way to protect her from Thorne's reach, from the insidious web of surveillance and manipulation he's woven around the city, a web that has already claimed one victim, a victim he swore to avenge, a victim whose memory fuels his every action, his every breath. He closes his eyes, picturing Emily's face, her bright eyes, her determined smile, her unwavering belief in him, a belief he fears he doesn't deserve. He remembers Sarah, her unwavering courage, her fierce protectiveness, her love for Emily, a love that transcends death, a love that now binds them together in this fight against the darkness. He knows he has to be strong for both of them, for Sarah's memory, for Emily's future. He opens his eyes, his gaze hardened by a cold determination, a steely resolve that will not be broken, a promise to protect his daughter, no matter the cost. He looks down at the burner phone in his hand, the device that has connected him to Emily, the device that now represents a dangerous link, a vulnerability that Thorne can exploit, a weapon that can be turned against them both. He raises the phone, his hand trembling slightly, his heart heavy with the sacrifice he's about to make. He hesitates for a moment, then crushes the phone in his grip, the plastic cracking, the circuit snapping, the connection severed, a physical manifestation of the emotional distance he must now create, a necessary act of self-preservation, a desperate gamble to protect the one person he has left, the one person who still matters. He drops the broken pieces to the floor, the sound echoing in the stillness of the abandoned building, a sound that marks the end of one chapter and the beginning of another, a chapter filled with uncertainty, danger, and the unwavering hope that he will see his daughter again, that he will bring Thorne to justice, that he will avenge Sarah, that he will find his own redemption. He stands up, his eyes scanning the darkened room, his senses on high alert, the shadows shifting and swirling around him like digital ghosts. He's alone now, more alone than he's ever been, cut off from the one person he loves, adrift in a sea of digital deception. A world he doesn't understand, a world he must now conquer. But he's not giving up. He'll find Emily. He'll expose Thorn. He'll bring his digital empire crashing down. He'll get justice for Sarah, for Lawson, for all the victims of Thorn's deception. He'll fight for the truth, even if it means sacrificing everything. Even if it means walking alone into the darkness. Inside Blackmailer's apartment during the day. The apartment is small and sparsely furnished, the air thick with the smell of cheap takeout and stale cigarette smoke, a testament to Vincey's desperation. Sunlight streams through a grimy window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, a hazy, almost dreamlike atmosphere. Hartigan, disguised as a maintenance worker, stands in the doorway, his toolbox in hand, a prop in his charade. His eyes scan the room, taking in every detail, assessing the situation, a predator at the entrance of its prey's den. A man, Carl Vincey, sits at a table hunched over a holographic projector, his face illuminated by the flickering images, a mouth drawn to the digital flame. Vincey is a low-level criminal, a small fish in Thorn's vast network, but Hartigan knows he holds a key piece of the puzzle, a physical copy of the blackmail agreement between Thorn and Senator Lawson.
Maintenance. Got a report of a faulty projector.
Vincey looks up, his eyes narrowed with suspicion, a cornered animal sensing danger.
I didn't call for maintenance.
Building wide inspection. Standard procedure.
He steps into the apartment, his eyes still scanning the room, assessing the situation, his movements deliberate and controlled. He spots a framed photo on the wall, a younger Vincey in a police uniform, a ghost of Vince's past, a reminder of his fall from grace. A disgraced cop, just like Hartigan himself. He knows how to play this game.
The Vincey, right? Carl Vincey.
The Vincey tenses, his hand instinctively reaching for a weapon hidden beneath the table, a tell that Hartigan doesn't miss.
Who's asking?
A faulty projector, HUD. Vincey. Seems like your moral compass is a little faulty too. Or maybe it's just outdated, like your police training.
Vincey's eyes widen with a flicker of fear. He pulls his hand back from under the table, his bravado faltering.
What do you want?
I want what Thorn has on Lawson, the blackmail agreement.
You think I'd just hand that over to you?
I think you'd rather hand it over than end up back in jail, Carl. Or worse.
Hartigan sets down his toolbox, the metallic clang echoing in the small apartment, a deliberate sound, designed to amplify the tension, to remind Vincey of the precariousness of his situation. He takes a step closer to Vincey, his voice low and menacing, the predator closing in on its prey.
I know you're a small fish, Carl, a pawn in Thorn's game. But you're still complicit. And you're still vulnerable.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't play games with me, Carl. I know about the encrypted messages, the offshore accounts, the deepfake videos. I know everything.
Vincey's face pales, his bravado crumbling, the walls closing in around him. He knows he's trapped.
You have a choice, Carl. Cooperate, and I'll make sure you get a deal. Obstruct, and you'll face the full force of the law. And thorny well, he won't be there to protect you.
Vincey hesitates, his mind racing, weighing his options, the fear in his eyes battling with a desperate hope for a way out. He glances at the holographic projector, at the flickering images of Lawson and his son, the ghosts of his own complicity. He knows he's in too deep. He knows he can't win.
The agreement, it's in the safe.
He gestures towards a small wall safe hidden behind a cheap painting, a pathetic attempt to conceal his ill-gotten gains.
Open it.
Vincey fumbles with the combination lock, his hands shaking, his desperation palpable. The safe clicks open, revealing a small, metallic data chip and a single sheet of paper, the physical copy of the blackmail agreement, the key to Thorne's downfall. Hartigan takes the paper, scans it quickly, his eyes narrowing. It's exactly what he was looking for. Concrete proof of Thorne's crimes.
Smart move, Carl. Very smart.
He pulls out a small recording device, places it on the table, a digital witness to Vince's confession.
Now, tell me everything you know about Thorne. About Elysium Gate. About the deepfakes. Tell me everything.
Vincey looks at Hartigan, then at the recording device, his face a mask of resignation. He knows his life has just changed forever. He knows he's betrayed Thorne, but he also knows he's saved himself. He takes a deep breath, then begins to talk, his words spilling out in a torrent of confession, a desperate attempt to salvage something from the wreckage of his life. Hartigan listens intently, his pen scratching across his notebook, capturing every detail, every lie, every truth, a hunter collecting his trophies. He's one step closer to bringing Thorne down, one step closer to avenging Sarah, one step closer to justice. Inside Emily's apartment at night. The apartment is dark, illuminated only by the ethereal glow of multiple holographic displays and the flickering lights of Emily's computer. The room is a digital sanctuary, a haven of code and data, a fortress of information. Empty energy drink cans and discarded data chips litter the desk, evidence of a frantic, caffeine-fueled coding session, a digital all-nighter fueled by grief, determination, and a burning desire for justice. Emily, her face pale with concentration, sits hunched over her keyboard, her fingers flying across the keys, navigating the labyrinthine network of the city's surveillance system, a digital ghost in the machine, a phantom hacker weaving her way through the electronic labyrinth.
Almost there, almost.
Lines of code scroll across her screen, a complex tapestry of algorithms and protocols, a digital map of the city's hidden eyes, its silent watchers. She's bypassing firewalls, cracking encryption codes, navigating through layers of security protocols, her focus absolute, her determination unwavering, her every keystroke a calculated move in her digital battle against Thorne's empire of lies. She's trying to access the surveillance footage from the area around Elysium Gate, hoping to find evidence of Thorne's illegal activities. Proof of his connection to Lawson's murder, the key to avenging her mother's death.
Come on, come on.
A progress bar creeps across her screen, agonizingly slow, each pixel a measure of her dwindling time, a visual representation of the tension that coils in her gut. She can feel Thorne's digital presence, a shadowy figure lurking in the depths of the network, watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake, a digital predator sensing its prey. She glances at a framed photo on her desk, a picture of her as a child, sitting on Sarah's lap, both of them laughing, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of a sunset, a tangible reminder of a happier time, a time before loss and grief had fractured their family, a poignant counterpoint to the cold, digital world she now inhabits. She touches the photo, her fingers tracing the outline of her mother's smiling face, drawing strength from the memory, her connection to Sarah a source of inspiration and resolve. Suddenly, a warning message flashes on her screen. Intrusion detected. Countermeasures engaged. Emily's heart skips a beat, a jolt of adrenaline coursing through her veins, the digital hunter becoming the hunted. She's been detected. Thorne's tech team is onto her.
Damn it, they're faster than I thought.
She quickly initiates a counter hack, deploying a series of digital decoys and camouflage programs to mask her presence, to confuse Thorne's tech team, to buy herself some time, a digital magician performing a sleight of hand, making herself disappear in the electronic ether. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, a blur of motion, her mind a whirlwind of code and algorithms.
Just a little longer, Almost there.
The progress bar inches forward, nearing completion, the finish line in sight, the prize within reach. She can feel the pressure mounting, Thorn's digital net closing in on her, the walls of her digital sanctuary beginning to crumble. Another warning message flashes. Trace initiated. Location compromised.
Sheik, they're closing in.
She knows she has to act fast. She's almost got the footage she needs, the evidence that could bring Thorn down. But if Thorn's team traces her location, she'll be exposed, vulnerable, captured. She has to make a choice, stay and risk capture, or retreat and lose the evidence, lose her chance at justice, lose her chance to avenge her mother. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, her mind racing, calculating the odds, weighing the risks, her heart pounding in her chest, a drumbeat of desperation and defiance. She initiates a final, desperate maneuver, a data bomb designed to overload Thorn's system, creating a temporary blackout, a digital smokescreen to cover her escape, a last-ditch effort to protect the truth.
Here goes nothing, Mom. Give me strength.
She uploads the data bomb, the lines of code cascading across her screen like a digital waterfall, a torrent of disruption, a chaotic symphony of destruction. The holographic displays flicker, and the lights in the apartment dim momentarily, the physical world mirroring the digital chaos she's unleashed. She rips the data chip from her computer, the footage secured, the evidence safe, her mother's legacy preserved. Just as another warning message flashes. System overload. Imminent shutdown.
That's my cue. Time to go.
She grabs her bag, races towards the door, the adrenaline surging through her veins, her heart pounding, her breath catching in her throat, the thrill of the chase mingled with the fear of capture. She knows she's only bought herself a few precious minutes, but it's enough to get out, to get the evidence to safety, to expose Thorn's crimes, to avenge her mother, to honor her memory. Just as she reaches the door, she hears the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside, heavy and determined, the sound of Thorn's enforcers closing in, their digital shadows stretching across her digital sanctuary, the hunters at her door. She glances back at her computer, at the flickering holographic displays, at the data chip clutched in her hand, a tangible symbol of her victory, her defiance, her hope. She's so close, yet so far. She knows she can't stay. She has to run. She throws one last look at the apartment, at the space that has been her sanctuary, her refuge, her digital battlefield, a space filled with memories of her mother, of their shared love for technology, of their shared pursuit of the truth. Then, she's out the door, disappearing into the darkness, the sounds of the pursuing footsteps echoing behind her, a chilling reminder of the dangers she's in, the price of the truth she now holds, a truth she will protect with her life. Outside city streets at night, rain slicks the neon-lit streets, the city a labyrinth of shadows and reflections. Emily, clutching her bag, races down a crowded street, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her heart pounding in her chest, a hunted animal fleeing for its life. Thorn's enforcers are closing in, their heavy footsteps echoing behind her, their digital shadows stretching across the rain-slicked pavement like spectral hounds. She glances over her shoulder, sees two enforcers, their faces grim, their eyes scanning the crowd, their hands hovering near their weapons, digital hunters in an analog world, predators stalking their prey through the urban jungle.
They're getting closer. I need a diversion.
She pulls out her data pad, her fingers flying across the screen, accessing the city's network, manipulating the digital landscape, turning the city itself into her weapon, a hacker wielding the power of the network. She hacks into a nearby billboard, The holographic advertisement flickering, then changing, displaying a wanted poster with Thorne's face, the words, "Digital Puppeteer," flashing beneath his image, a digital bomb exploding in the heart of Thorne's carefully constructed image. The crowd gasps, murmurs ripple through the throng, their attention diverted, their holographic companions glitching and buzzing with the news, Thorne's carefully constructed image shattering, his digital empire crumbling before their eyes. The enforcers hesitate, momentarily distracted, giving Emily the opening she needs. She slips down a side street, disappearing into the shadows, a digital ghost in the analog night. Outside alleyway immediately after. Emily races down a narrow alleyway, the darkness concealing her, the rain masking her footsteps, a fleeting sanctuary in the urban labyrinth. She reaches a dead end, a high wall blocking her path, a physical barrier in her desperate flight. The enforcers' voices echo from the street, their pursuit relentless, their presence a palpable threat in the darkness.
She went this way. I saw her.
Damn it, no way out. Think, Emily. Think.
She glances up at the wall, sees a fire escape, the metal ladder a precarious path to freedom, a lifeline in her desperate struggle for survival. She pulls out a small, grappling hook device from her bag, fires it at the fire escape, the hook latching onto the railing with a metallic clang, a sound that echoes her desperation in the quiet alley. She begins to climb, her movements swift and agile, her body a weapon in this urban jungle. Outside rooftop immediately after. Emily reaches the rooftop, the wind whipping her hair around her face, the rain plastering her clothes to her skin, the elements themselves a challenge in her desperate flight. She glances back, sees the enforcers emerging onto the rooftop, their faces grim, or their weapons drawn, the hunters closing in. She runs across the rooftop, leaps across a narrow gap to the adjacent building, a daring feat of agility and precision, a desperate gamble for freedom. Inside abandoned building immediately after. Emily crashes through a skylight, landing on a dusty floor, her body aching, her breath catching in her throat, the impact a jarring reminder of her vulnerability. She's inside an abandoned building, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay, the space a tomb of forgotten memories, a silent, empty space that offers a momentary respite from the chase. She looks around, her eyes scanning the darkened room, searching for an exit, a way out, a place to hide. She sees a flickering holographic display, a remnant of the building's former occupants, a digital ghost in the analog graveyard, a flickering beacon in the darkness. She approaches the display, her fingers flying across its interface, accessing the city's network, disappearing into the digital underground, leaving the analog world behind, becoming a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom beyond Thorne's reach. Inside sewer tunnel at night. The air is thick with the stench of stagnant water and decay, the oppressive darkness punctuated only by the faint glow of Chen's data pad, casting eerie shadows on the damp, moss-covered walls. The tunnel is a subterranean labyrinth, a tome of forgotten memories and lost hopes, a claustrophobic space that closes in around them. Water drips from the leaky pipes above, creating a rhythmic patter that echoes through the tunnel, a relentless metronome marking the passage of time, each drop a reminder of their dwindling options, their precarious situation. Hartigan, his face bruised and his clothes torn, leans against a slimy wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his body aching, his spirit wary, a warrior wounded but not defeated. Chen approaches him, her own face pale with exhaustion, her dark hair plastered to her forehead with sweat, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and determination, a digital warrior who has faced her own battles.
Detective, are you all right?
Hartigan nods, managing a weak smile, a flicker of defiance in his wary eyes.
I've been better. Those enforcers, they play rough. But I've been through worse.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lead them to you. I thought I could handle them.
It's not your fault, Chen. Thorn knew. He was expecting us. He set a trap. He's always one step ahead. Always watching. Always controlling.
Chen sits down beside him, her data pad resting on her knees, the cool metal a comfort against her skin, the glowing screen a beacon in the darkness, a lifeline to the digital world, a source of information and hope.
I managed to upload the virus before they caught me. Thorn's network is compromised. It's only a matter of time before his secrets are exposed. His digital empire will crumble.
Hartigan nods, a flicker of hope in his wary eyes, a small spark in the darkness of their despair.
Good work, Chen. Real good work. You're a damn good hacker.
Thanks. You're not so bad yourself for a dinosaur. I also found something you need to see. Something personal.
She activates her data pad, displaying the video log of Sarah confronting Thorn, her face illuminated by the computer screen, her voice clear and strong, her eyes filled with a righteous anger that mirrors Hartigan's own, a digital ghost speaking truth to power. Hartigan stares at the image of his deceased wife, his heart aching with a familiar blend of grief and longing, the digital ghost a painful reminder of his loss, of the truth he seeks, of the justice he craves.
You're crossing a line, Elias. A dangerous line. This technology, it's not a toy. It's a weapon.
There are no lines, Sarah. Only possibilities. Infinite possibilities.
Hartigan clenches his fists, his anger rising, a burning rage that threatens to consume him. He remembers the message he saw, the one discussing the plan to silence. Emily, the cold, calculated words a chilling reminder of Thorn's ruthlessness. The Thorn is responsible for Sarah's death. He's sure of it.
He killed her. That son of a bitch killed her. He took her from me, from Emily.
I think so too. I'm so sorry, Detective.
Hartigan looks at Chen, his eyes filled with a newfound respect, a recognition of their shared loss, their shared grief, their shared desire for justice. She's not just a tech whiz, a digital ghost in the machine. She's a fighter, a survivor, an ally, a friend.
We're in this together, Chen. You and me. We'll bring him down. Together.
I know.
A long silence hangs between them, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water from the leaky pipes. A constant, rhythmic reminder of their precarious situation, their vulnerability, their isolation in the belly of the beast. They're trapped, hunted, framed for crimes they didn't commit, their lives hanging in the balance, their future uncertain. But they're not alone. They have each other. And in this dark, fetid tunnel, surrounded by the ghosts of the past and the shadows of the future, that's more than enough.
What about Emily? Have you heard from her?
No. I tried calling her, but her phone is disconnected. I'm worried. Thorn knows about her. He won't hesitate to use her against you.
Hartigan's face hardens with worry, his eyes filled with a primal fear, a father's love battling against the cold reality of their situation. He knows Thorn is after Emily. He knows he has to protect her, no matter the cost.
We need to find her. Before Thorn does.
I agree. But how? We're cut off, isolated. Thorn controls the city's surveillance system. He can track our every move. We're digital ghosts in his machine.
Hartigan pulls out his worn leather notebook, his fingers tracing the lines of his hand. Drawn map of the city's sewer system, the familiar feel of the paper a comfort in this digital nightmare.
Not down here. He can't track us down here. Not yet.
You think we can use the sewers to reach Emily? Bypass his surveillance net.
It's a long shot, but it's our only shot.
He points to a section of the map, a series of interconnected tunnels that run beneath Elysium Gate and towards Emily's apartment building, his finger tracing a path through the labyrinth, a coward's hope, a path towards redemption.
This tunnel leads to a maintenance access point near Elysium Gate. From there, we can access the city's underground network and hopefully reach Emily before Thorn does. It'll be dangerous. But we have to try.
It's risky, but it might just work. I can access the city's network from down here. Create a diversion, 'cause a distraction? Give us a window.
Hartigan looks at Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect, their contrasting approaches merging, their skills complementing each other, their partnership solidifying in the face of danger.
Chen, let's do it. For Emily, for Sarah, for the truth.
He stands up, his eyes fixed on the dark tunnel ahead, his mind focused on the task at hand, the faint glow of Chen's data pad illuminating their path, a small beacon of hope in the darkness, a digital guide through the analog labyrinth. Chen stands beside him, her datapad casting a faint glow on her determined face, her tech skills their weapon, her courage their shield. They're trapped in the belly of the beast, hunted by a digital phantom, but they're not giving up. They're fighting back. Together, they move deeper into the darkness, the dripping water and echoing footsteps a constant reminder of the danger they're in, the price of the truth they seek. A truth that lies hidden beneath layers of code and deception. A truth they will uncover, no matter the cost. Outside Bridge at night. Rain lashes down, driven by a howling wind. The bridge a slick, treacherous path in the storm-tossed night. The city skyline, a jagged silhouette against the stormy sky, is barely visible through the driving rain. Hartigan and Chen run across the bridge, their breath misting in the cold air, their footsteps echoing on the wet metal, two fugitives pursued by the hounds of technology. The whir of Thorn's drones closes in, a menacing buzz that grows louder with each passing second.
They're gaining!
Almost there.
He points towards a maintenance access panel, a small, dark rectangle in the side of the bridge, their only hope of escape. They reach it, Chen frantically working to bypass the lock, her fingers fumbling with the keypad in the driving rain.
Come on.
The drones descend, their searchlights cutting through the rain and darkness, their rotors whirring like mechanical predators closing in for the kill. Hartigan pushes Chen towards the panel, his voice a desperate command.
Get inside-o! I'll hold them off.
Chen slips through the access panel, disappearing into the darkness. Hartigan turns to face the drones, his face grim, his resolve hardening. He pulls out his gun, a small, analog weapon against the digital onslaught, and fires. The bullets ricochet off their armored hulls, sparks flying in the rain. The drones close in, rotors whirring, their searchlights blinding him, their presence a physical manifestation of Thorn's relentless pursuit. He fires again, hitting one drone. It crashes, exploding in a shower of sparks and twisted metal. He knows he's trapped, a cornered animal facing a pack of digital wolves. Inside Weaver's HQ holding cell at night, Hartigan sits strapped to a chair, bruised and bloody, his clothes torn, his body aching, a warrior captured and caged. The holding cell is cold and sterile, the only light coming from a single, flickering bulb overhead. Thorn stands before him, a figure of cold, calculated power, his face a mask of triumph.
Detective Hartigan, we meet again.
You son of a bitch.
Such language, detective.
You framed me.
A necessary precaution.
Where's Chen?
Miss Chen is indisposed.
Hartigan's heart sinks, the fear for Chen adding to the weight of his own despair.
You won't get away with this, Thorn.
I already have detective. I control the narrative. You're just a pawn.
He turns and walks away, disappearing into the shadows, leaving Hartigan alone in the darkened room, a prisoner of his own past and Thorn's digital empire. Hartigan closes his eyes, the image of Sarah's face flickering behind his eyelids, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Outside docks at night. Rain lashes down, wind howling. The deserted docks, a desolate landscape of creaking wood and rusted metal. The waves crash against the pilings with a rhythmic roar, the raw, untamed power of nature mirroring the storm raging within Hartigan's soul. The air is thick with the smell of salt and decay, a pungent aroma of loss and despair. Hartigan sits hunched on a rain-soaked crate, his face buried in his hands, his body racked with sobs, his shoulders shaking, his grief a physical weight crushing him, drowning him in a sea of despair. He's lost. Chen is captured, Emily is in danger, and he's a wanted man, framed for crimes he didn't commit, a digital ghost in a world he no longer understands.
I failed them both.
He thinks of Sarah, her face a ghostly image in his memory, her voice a distant echo, a haunting melody of love and loss. He blames himself for her death, for not being there, for not understanding the digital world she embraced, the world that ultimately took her from him, the world he so fiercely resisted.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I failed you. I wasn't there,
He thinks of Emily, her strength, her courage, her unwavering belief in him, a belief he feels he has betrayed. He's failed her, too, putting her in danger, dragging her into his fight against Thorn. A fight he's losing, a fight that threatens to consume them both.
Emily, I'm so sorry. I should have protected you. I should have.
He pulls out his worn leather notebook, his fingers tracing the lines of his handwritten notes, the sketches, the photos, the fragmented pieces of a puzzle he can't seem to solve, the tangible remnants of his analog world, a world that is rapidly fading, a world that is being replaced by a digital labyrinth he can't navigate. He flips to the last page, the one where he wrote the fake obituary for his undercover operation, the fictional loss that now feels all too real, a cruel mockery of his own grief, his own despair.
But alive, it was all a lie, my whole life a lie.
He rips the page from the notebook, crumples it in his fist, then throws it into the wind, the paper swirling away into the darkness, carried by the wind, swallowed by the night, a symbol of his own shattered illusions, his own broken promises, his own lost hope. He's a relic of the past, a dinosaur in a digital world, a man out of time, out of place, out of hope, a ghost in his own life. He closes his eyes, the rain washing over his face, cleansing him, baptizing him in his own despair, the cold water a stark reminder of his own mortality, his own vulnerability. He remembers his father, a cop like him, a man of principle, a man of honor, a man who taught him the values he's always tried to uphold, truth, justice, honor, values that now feel hollow and meaningless in this digital wasteland. He remembers the worn leather notebook his father gave him, a symbol of their shared legacy, a reminder of the values he's always tried to uphold, values he now feels he has betrayed.
Dad, I don't know what to do. I've lost my way.
He opens his eyes, his gaze fixed on the dark, churning water, the waves crashing against the pilings, their rhythmic roar a constant reminder of the relentless power of nature, of the inevitable tide of time, of the unforgiving nature of fate. He sees his own reflection in the murky depths, a distorted image of a man lost and broken, a ghost of his former self, a shadow of the man he once was. He sees Sarah's face in the water, her eyes filled with sadness, her voice whispering his name, a digital ghost haunting his analog world.
Don't give up, Jack. You're stronger than you think. You always have been.
Hartigan shakes his head, trying to dispel the illusion, the digital ghost that haunts his every waking moment, a phantom born of his grief, his guilt, his despair. He knows it's not real, a trick of the light, a phantom conjured up by his own grief-stricken mind, a digital echo of a love that is lost forever. But the voice, her voice, it's so real, so familiar, so comforting, a siren song in the darkness, a beacon of hope in the storm. Outside Beach Day years ago, during a flashback, sunlight warms their faces as Hartigan and Sarah walk hand in hand along the beach, the sand warm beneath their feet, the waves a gentle lullaby. Emily, a small figure filled with boundless energy, runs ahead laughing, her small footprints disappearing with each incoming wave. Hartigan picks up a small, smooth stone, hands it to Sarah, a simple gesture of love and connection.
A perfect skip stone, just like you.
Outside Doc's night, back to present.
Emily needs you, Jack. Don't let her down. Don't let me down.
Hartigan closes his eyes again, the holographic Sarah's words echoing in his mind, intertwining with the real memories of his wife, her love, her strength, her unwavering belief in him, a belief he must now reclaim, a belief he must now honor. He remembers the promise he made to Emily, the promise to find the truth, to get justice for Sarah, a promise he will keep, no matter the cost. He remembers the worn leather notebook, his father's legacy, the values he's always tried to uphold, truth, justice, honor, values that now feel more important than ever before. He opens his eyes, his gaze hardened by a newfound resolve, a steely determination that will not be broken. The despair begins to lift, replaced by a sense of acceptance, a renewed purpose, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He's not giving up. Not now. Not ever. He's going to fight. For Emily, for Sarah, for himself, for the truth. He picks up a discarded piece of driftwood, the rough, weathered surface, a comforting presence in his hand. A tangible link to the physical world, a world he understands, a world he can control. He starts to whittle, the wood shavings curling away in the wind, carried by the rain. Lost in the night, his mind focusing on the task at hand, a simple act of creation in the midst of destruction, a small act of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. He's whittling a bird, a small wooden bird, its wings outstretched, poised for flight, a symbol of hope, a reminder of the freedom he's fighting for. He continues whittling, shaping the wood, his calloused fingers working with practiced ease, his mind drifting back to a time when Sarah was alive, when Emily was young, when the world felt simpler, safer, more real. He remembers teaching Emily how to whittle, her small hands struggling with the knife, her face a mixture of concentration and frustration, his own hands guiding hers. His voice gentle and encouraging, a bittersweet memory of a lost time, a lost innocence. He finishes the bird, its delicate form taking shape in the moonlight, its wings outstretched, poised for flight, a symbol of hope, a reminder of the freedom he's fighting for, the freedom from grief, the freedom from fear, the freedom from the digital tyranny that threatens to consume them all, a symbol of Sarah's spirit, of Emily's strength, of his own enduring humanity. He holds the bird up, the faint moonlight catching its delicate form, a small beacon of hope in the darkness, a promise of a new dawn. He stands up, his eyes fixed on the city lights, the wooden bird clutched in his hand, a tangible symbol of his renewed resolve, his unwavering determination to bring Thorn down, to avenge Sarah, to protect Emily, to find his own redemption. He knows the road ahead is long and dangerous. He knows the odds are stacked against him. But he's not afraid. He's ready. He's a detective. And he'll hunt the Weaver down, even if it means walking alone into the heart of the digital labyrinth. He'll fight for the truth. Even if it's the last thing he does, he'll get justice for Sarah. He'll protect Emily. He'll honor his father's legacy. He'll find his own redemption. He starts to walk, his footsteps echoing on the rain-soaked docks. The wooden bird a silent companion, a symbol of hope in the darkness, a promise of a new dawn, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the enduring power of love, and the unwavering pursuit of truth. The dark night of the soul is over. The fight has just begun. Inside Weaver's HQ holding cell at night. The cell is small, sterile, and windowless, a cold, metal box designed to crush the human spirit. The walls are smooth, cold metal, reflecting the harsh fluorescent light, creating a sense of oppressive confinement. Chen sits huddled on the floor, her face bruised, her clothes torn, a warrior defeated, a prisoner of her own courage. Despair washes over her, a chilling wave of hopelessness, the weight of her failure pressing down on her. She's failed. Thorne has won. She remembers Hartigan's words, his unwavering determination, his promise to find her, to expose Thorne. A flicker of hope ignites within her, a small ember in the darkness of her despair. She can't give up. Not now. Not while there's still a chance. She reaches inside her boot, her fingers brushing against a small, hard object, a hidden lifeline, a secret weapon. It's a microdot, a tiny data storage device, no bigger than a grain of sand. She smuggled it in, hidden beneath a false fingernail, a last resort, a desperate gamble. It contains Thorne's location, the coordinates of his hidden server farm, the heart of his digital empire. She has to find a way to get the information to Emily. She glances around the cell, her eyes searching for a way to transmit the data, her mind racing, searching for a solution in her technological prison. She spots a small surveillance camera mounted in the corner of the ceiling, its lens a watchful eye observing her every move, a tool of surveillance, a potential conduit for communication. An idea sparks in her mind, a risky, desperate plan. She pulls out a small, metallic disc from her pocket, a makeshift reflector she fashioned from a piece of discarded circuit board, a tool of ingenuity born of desperation. She positions the disc, angling it towards the surveillance camera, using the faint light from the hallway outside to create a series of reflected flashes, a coded message, a digital SOS, a prisoner tapping out a message of hope on the bars of her digital cage.
Emily, can you see this?
Inside Emily's apartment at night. Emily sits at her computer, her face illuminated by the glow of the screen, the digital world her only companion in the quiet apartment. She's monitoring the surveillance feeds from Thorne's HQ, her heart pounding with anxiety, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, ready to act. She sees Chen in the holding cell, her bruised face, her despairing posture, a visual reminder of the stakes, of the price of defiance. Emily feels a pang of guilt, a sense of responsibility for Chen's capture, a weight she carries alongside her own grief and determination. Suddenly, the surveillance feed from Chen's cell flickers, a series of rapid flashes interrupting the static image, a break in the digital monotony, a signal in the noise. Emily leans closer, her eyes narrowing, her mind racing, searching for a pattern in the chaos. She recognizes the pattern, the coded message, the digital SOS. It's Chen. She's trying to communicate.
Chen, is that you?
She quickly activates a program on her computer, a decryption algorithm designed to translate the reflected flashes into data, a digital Rosetta Stone deciphering the language of light. The program analyzes the pattern of flashes, converting them into binary code, then into text. A set of coordinates appears on the screen, Thorne's location, the heart of the beast exposed.
I see it, Chen. I got it.
Inside Weaver's HQ holding cell at night, Chen watches the surveillance camera, her heart pounding with hope and fear, a silent conversation passing between her and Emily through the digital ether. She knows Thorne's security team is monitoring the feed. She knows she's taking a huge risk, but she has to try. She has to trust Emily. Inside Emily's apartment at night, Emily stares at the coordinates on her screen, her mind racing, the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. She knows what she has to do. She has to get this information to Hartigan. She has to help him bring Thorne down. She pulls out her phone, dials Hartigan's number. It goes straight to voicemail, a chilling silence that echoes her growing fear. She tries again, her anxiety growing, her hope dwindling. She remembers Hartigan destroying his burner phone, his desperate attempt to protect her, a sacrifice that now isolates them both. She's alone. She has to do this on her own. She accesses the city's network, using her hacking skills to bypass Thorne's firewalls, his digital defenses crumbling before her relentless assault, a digital warrior storming the gates of the enemy's fortress. She sends the coordinates to an encrypted server, a hidden location only she and Hartigan know, a digital message in a bottle cast adrift in the sea of data. She knows it's a long shot, but it's her only shot. She has to trust that Hartigan will find the message, that he'll use the information to stop Thorne, to rescue Chen, to avenge Sarah. Inside Weaver's HQ holding cell at night, Chen continues to send her coded message, her fingers numb with cold, her body aching with exhaustion, her spirit flickering like a dying flame. She knows she's pushing her luck, but she can't stop now. She has to keep going. She has to give Emily every chance. She has to believe that hope is not lost, that the truth will prevail, that justice will be served. Act. Inside Weaver's HQ server room at night. The server room hums with the rhythmic whirring of cooling fans and the blinking lights of countless processors, a digital forest pulsing with information. It is the nerve center of Thorne's empire, a place where data flows like water, where secrets are stored and manipulated, where digital ghosts are born and resurrected. Rows upon rows of sleek black servers stretch into the darkness, their surfaces reflecting the faint light, creating a labyrinth of digital shadows, a cathedral of data, a temple of technology. Emily, dressed in black, moves silently through the server room, a shadow among shadows, her footsteps muffled by the raised floor. Her face is illuminated by the cool glow of her data pad, her eyes scanning the blinking lights, the complex configurations, the digital landscape of Thorne's mind. She connects her data pad to a server, her fingers flying across the keyboard, bypassing firewalls, cracking encryption codes, navigating through layers of security protocols, her movements swift and precise, her focus absolute, a digital ghost in Thorne's machine.
Let's see what you're hiding, Thorny. What secrets you're trying to bury?
Lines of code scroll across her data pad's screen, a complex tapestry of algorithms and subroutines, the digital DNA of Thorny's operation. She's deep inside his network now, tracing data streams, uncovering hidden connections, her digital senses heightened, her mind racing, piecing together the puzzle, following the digital breadcrumbs to the heart of Thorne's empire.
Project Chimera, deepfake simulations, blackmail protocols, contingency plans. He's been busy, very busy.
She finds the location of Thorne's hidden server farm, the coordinates flashing on her screen, a digital beacon in the darkness, the key to bringing down his entire operation. She uploads a tracker, a digital ghost of her own design, a silent witness that will lead Hartigan to Thorny's lair, a digital breadcrumb trail for her analog father to follow.
There, that should do it. A little digital ghost to lead you to the devil's door.
She disconnects her data pad, erases her tracks, a digital phantom, leaving no trace of her presence, her actions a silent symphony of defiance. A whisper in the digital wind, a ghost in Thorn's machine. She slips away into the darkness, her mission accomplished, her determination unwavering, her heart filled with a mixture of fear and hope, knowing that she has just set in motion the final act of their digital drama, the final confrontation between her father and Thorn, the final battle between truth and deception, a battle that will determine the fate of their city, their future, their souls. Inside Hartigan's apartment at night. Hartigan sits at his desk, the decrypted files spread out before him like a map of Thorn's digital empire. The room is dimly lit, the only light source the glow of his antiquated computer screen and the faint moonlight filtering through the grimy window. He accesses the encrypted server, finds Emily's message, the coordinates of Thorn's hidden server farm, the bullseye painted on Thorn's digital hide. He picks up the small, wooden bird he whittled on the docks, its delicate wings outstretched, a symbol of hope, a reminder of his daughter, a talisman in his fight for justice.
Time to end this.
Outside Industrial District at night. A self-driving taxi drops Hartigan off at a deserted industrial complex. Rain falls, wind howls, the desolate landscape mirroring the turmoil within him. The complex is a collection of dark, hulking shapes, shadows lurking in the night, a fitting backdrop for the final confrontation. Hartigan pulls his trench coat tight, a shield against the elements in the coming storm, and enters the complex, a lone warrior walking into the belly of the beast. Inside warehouse at night. The warehouse is vast, filled with rows upon rows of humming servers, the air thick with the smell of ozone and electricity, the heart of Thorn's digital empire, pulsing with data and secrets. Thorn stands before a large holographic display, watching Hartigan approach on a live feed, a spider watching a fly wander into its web. He turns to a group of enforcers, his voice cold and calculating.
He's alone. Take him, and bring me Miss Chen. Alev.
Inside warehouse moments later. Hartigan enters, gun drawn, his eyes scanning the vast space, his senses heightened, a predator entering the lion's den. He sees Thorn, a figure of cold, calculated power, standing before the holographic display. The display shows a feed of the empty holding cell, a chilling reminder of Chen's capture, of Thorn's ruthlessness.
Thorn, where is she?
Thorn turns, a smug smile playing on his lips, the puppet master confident in his control.
Detective Hartigan, predictable. You walked into my trap.
Hartigan raises his gun, his hand steady, his gaze unwavering.
It's over, Thorn.
You think you can stop me. I control everything here, including the lights.
The lights flicker, plunging the warehouse into near darkness. The humming servers the only source of illumination. A sudden shift in the landscape, a disorienting tactic in Thorn's digital game. Hartigan keeps his gun trained on Thorn, his eyes adjusting to the darkness.
I don't need lights to see you, Thorn.
But you need them to see this.
Holographic projectors activate, bathing the warehouse in blinding white light, the sudden shift in illumination disorienting and overwhelming. The holographic images of Sarah, Michael Lawson Gier, and other deepfake victims flicker to life, their faces distorted, grotesque parodies of their former selves, a gallery of digital ghosts, Thorn's twisted creations.
Welcome to my world, detective, where I am God.
Hartigan blinks, trying to focus, the holographic images blurring into a nightmarish tableau. He fires his gun, shattering a holographic image of Sarah, a desperate attempt to destroy the illusion, to banish the ghosts that haunt him. It reforms instantly, a digital phantom impervious to his analog weapon. Thorn laughs, a cruel, triumphant sound that echoes through the vast warehouse.
She can't help you now, Detective. You're alone.
Inside server room night is intercut with Hartigan's scene. Emily is hidden amongst the servers, a shadow in the digital forest, working on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard, a digital warrior fighting a silent battle. She's attempting to hack Thorn's network, but she's locked out, her digital skills thwarted by Thorn's defenses.
Clever girl, but not clever enough.
Emily's eyes widen in alarm, the hunter becoming the hunted. She rips a data chip from her laptop and races for a maintenance access panel, a small, dark rectangle in the wall, her only hope of escape. Just as Thorn's security team bursts into the server room, their weapons drawn, their faces grim, the digital hounds unleashed. Back to Int Warehouse, night continuous. The warehouse lights suddenly shut down, plunging the space into complete darkness, the humming servers now silent. Still, Thorn's digital kingdom plunged into chaos. The holographic images vanish, the digital ghosts disappearing into the void. The servers begin to shut down, one by one, the heart of Thorn's empire failing, his control slipping away. Thorn's confident smile falters, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief.
What's happening?
You're wrong, Thorn. You don't control everything.
Emergency lights flicker on, revealing Chen standing beside a control panel, a small device plugged into the main server port, a digital saboteur who has infiltrated the heart of the machine. Thorn's enforcers turn their weapons on her, their faces contorted in rage.
Don't move!
He fires his gun, hitting one of the enforcers. Thorn lunges for Chen, his desperation giving him strength. Hartigan tackles him, the two men grappling on the floor, their struggle a physical manifestation of their digital war.
It's over, Thorn.
This isn't the end.
Hartigan's grip tightens, his rage a tangible force. Police sirens wail outside, a chorus of approaching justice. Thorn's face is a mask of defeat, his digital empire crumbling around him. Outside city streets at night. Rain continues to fall, washing the grime from the city's towering skyscrapers, the neon lights reflecting in the rain, slicked streets, a kaleidoscope of color and shadow. Across from the Elysium Gate headquarters, a nondescript van sits parked, a silent sentinel in the urban jungle. Its interior is crammed with high-tech equipment, holographic projectors, servers, and data cables snake across the floor, creating a chaotic symphony of light and technology, a mobile command center for Emily's digital assault on Thorny's empire. Emily's face is illuminated by the glow of her laptop screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her focus absolute, her determination etched on her face, a digital warrior preparing for battle.
Almost there, almosty. Just need to reroute the power.
She's racing against time, trying to bypass Elysium Gate's security systems to gain access to their external holographic projectors, powerful devices capable of projecting images across the entire cityscape, turning the city itself into her canvas. Her weapon. She has to expose Thorn, to reveal his secrets to the world, before he can silence her, before he can erase the evidence, before he can escape justice. Lines of code scroll across her screen, a complex dance of algorithms and protocols, a digital ballad of intrusion and deception. She's navigating through layers of encryption, bypassing firewalls, dodging intrusion countermeasures, her fingers a blur of motion, her mind a whirlwind of data streams, her every keystroke a calculated risk in her high-stakes game of digital cat and mouse. She can feel Thorne's tech team trying to block her, their digital presence like a shadowy figure lurking in the depths of the network. Their countermeasures a digital firewall she must breach, a digital fortress she must conquer.
Come on just a little further. I can almost feel them watching me.
A progress bar creeps across her screen, agonizingly slow, each pixel a measure of her dwindling time, a visual representation of the tension that coils in her gut, the pressure mounting with each passing second. Sweat beads on her forehead, her heart pounding in her chest, a frantic drumbeat of anticipation and fear. She glances at the clock on her laptop, the seconds ticking away, each one a precious commodity, a measure of her dwindling freedom, her closing window of opportunity.
Almost got it.
The progress bar reaches 100%, and a message flashes on her screen. Access granted. A triumphant grin spreads across Emily's face, a flash of victory in the digital darkness she's in. She has breached Thorne's defenses, infiltrated his fortress, gained control of his weapons. Now, she can turn his own technology against him, expose his lies to the world, and avenge her mother. She uploads the deepfake video of Lawson and his son, the chilling evidence of Thorne's blackmail scheme. The digital ghost that shattered Lawson's life, a ghost she will now use to destroy Thorne's empire. She adds the video logs of Sarah confronting Thorne. Her mother's voice a beacon of truth in the digital darkness, her accusations a damning indictment of Thorne's crimes, her courage an inspiration. She adds the financial records, the encrypted messages, the undeniable proof of his crimes, the digital fingerprints of his deception, the data streams that will unravel his web of lies. She compiles it all into a single, damning montage, a digital indictment of Thorne and his network of deception, a symphony of truth and justice, a digital requiem for her mother.
Time to shine a light on the darkness. Time to expose the truth. Time for justice.
She adjusts the holographic projectors, aiming them at the side of a building directly across from Elysium Gate headquarters, transforming the blank wall into a giant screen. A digital canvas for her exposé, a public stage for Thorne's downfall. The projectors whir to life, their beams converging on the building's facade, the rain, slicked surface reflecting the light, creating a shimmering, ethereal effect, a digital mirage in the heart of the city. The deepfake video of Lawson and his son appears on the giant screen, their faces distorted by grief and fear, their voices echoing through the rain-soaked streets, a chilling reminder of Thorne's cruelty, his manipulation, his willingness to exploit the most vulnerable emotions for his own gain. The video logs of Sarah follow, her face projected onto the building, her voice ringing with truth and defiance, her accusations a damning indictment of Thorne's crimes, her image a ghostly presence watching over the city, a digital angel of vengeance. The financial records, the encrypted messages, the evidence of blackmail and manipulation, all flash across the screen in rapid succession, a chaotic symphony of truth and deception, a digital exposé for all the world to see, the truth revealed, the lies exposed, the game over. People on the street stop, their eyes drawn to the giant holographic display, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, their holographic companions flickering and glitching, mirroring their own confusion, their own sense of disorientation. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, growing louder, morphing into a cacophony of voices, a chorus of disbelief, anger, and outrage. Inside Elysium Gate headquarters night is intercut with the street scene. Thorne and his team watch in horror as their secrets are revealed on the giant screen across the street, their carefully constructed world crumbling around them, their digital empire collapsing under the weight of the truth. Thorne's face is a mask of fury, his eyes burning with a cold, impotent rage, his control slipping away, his godhood shattered. Outside city streets immediately after. Emily watches from the van, her heart swelling with triumph, the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The weight of her mother's death momentarily lifted, replaced by a sense of purpose, a sense of justice, a sense of peace. She's done it. She's exposed Thorn. She's revealed his lies. She's brought his digital empire crashing down. She's avenged her mother. She's cleared her father's name. She's fought for the truth. And she's won. She glances at the clock on her laptop, a faint smile playing on her lips, a smile that reflects her triumph, her relief, her pride. She's beaten the clock. She's mastered the technology. She's won the battle against time and against the Weaver's intricate web of deception. But the war against the seductive power of digital illusion, the war for the very soul of humanity, that war is far from over. Inside Grief Therapy Company lobby at night. The sleek, minimalist lobby of Elysium Gate, once a sanctuary of simulated peace, is now a scene of chaos and confusion. The giant holographic projection, visible through the glass facade of the building, casts a flickering, distorted light across the room, illuminating the faces of the clients, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, outrage, and dawning horror. The deepfake video of Lawson and his son plays on a loop, their distorted faces a stark reminder of Thorn's deception, a cruel mockery of their own grief and loss. The digital ghost come back to haunt its creator. A woman, clutching a small velvet pouch containing the ashes of her husband, stares at the projection, her eyes wide with disbelief, her face pale, her body trembling, the physical manifestation of her shattered faith.
No, it can't be true. He promised me.
A man who had found solace in the simulated presence of his deceased daughter shakes his head, his face contorted in anger, his fists clenched, his body radiating a barely contained rage, the fury of a betrayed heart.
He lied to us. He used us. He played with our grief, our pain.
A young woman who had just begun her therapy sessions, her eyes still filled with a naive hope, stares at the projection, her face a mask of confusion, her mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of the deception. A lamb led to the digital slaughter.
I don't understand what's happening. Was it all a lie?
An older man, a regular client at Elysium Gate, his face etched with years of grief and loss, now replaced by a burning anger, turns to Dr. Sharma, his voice trembling with rage, his eyes accusing, the righteous fury of a man betrayed by his own hope.
You knew all along you helped him? You!
Dr. Sharma, her face pale and drawn, avoids his gaze, her professional detachment shattered by the weight of the revelations, the realization of her own complicity in Thorn's scheme, her conscience screaming in protest. She doesn't know what to say. She, too, feels betrayed, manipulated by Thorn's lies, her own grief exploited for his own twisted gain. The clients begin to talk amongst themselves, their voices rising in a crescendo of anger and confusion, their initial disbelief transforming into outrage, their disillusionment giving way to a burning sense of betrayal. They feel like fools, their most vulnerable emotions exploited, their deepest hopes shattered, their trust betrayed, their pain amplified by the realization that their simulated solace was nothing but a cruel deception.
He promised us peace, closure. He promised me I could see my husband again.
He gave us false hope, digital lies. He took our money, our memories, our dignity.
What about our loved ones? Were they real? Did they ever exist?
He exploited our grief. He profited from our pain. He stole our love and turned it into a weapon.
The client's outrage intensifies, their voices growing louder, their anger building, their demands for answers echoing through the lobby, a chorus of betrayal and disillusionment rising in the sterile space. They surge towards the reception desk, their anger palpable, their holographic companions flickering and glitching, digital ghosts in a crumbling empire of lies. The holographic receptionist flickers erratically, its programmed responses inadequate in the face of the unfolding chaos, its simulated calm a stark contrast to the raw, unfiltered emotion of the betrayed clients.
Please remain calm. A representative will be with you shortly. Please remain calm.
The clients ignore the holographic receptionist, their anger boiling over, their patience exhausted, their trust shattered. They push and shove, their voices rising in a cacophony of protest, their demands for justice echoing through the sterile, minimalist lobby, transforming the once peaceful sanctuary into a battleground of truth and deception.
We have to expose him. We have to tell the world what he's done. We can't let him get away with this.
We have to sue him. We have to make him pay. He stole from us. He stole our grief.
We have to stop him before he hurts anyone else, before he destroys another family.
The clients surround Dr. Sharma, their faces a mixture of anger, confusion, and betrayal, their voices rising in a chorus of accusations and demands, the betrayed turning on their betrayer.
You were a part of this. You knew, you lied to us. You promised us healing, but you gave us nothing but digital ghosts.
You took my money. You took my memories. You took my hope.
You're a disgrace to your profession. You're a fraud.
How could you? How could you do this to us?
Dr. Sharma shrinks back from the onslaught, her face pale, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and shame. The weight of their accusations, the realization of her own complicity, the shattering of her professional detachment, it all comes crashing down on her, leaving her exposed, vulnerable, and utterly alone. She opens her mouth to speak, but no words come out, only a choked sob, a silent acknowledgement of her guilt, her betrayal, her complicity in Thorne's empire of lies. The clients, united in their anger and their shared sense of betrayal, become a force to be reckoned with, their collective outrage a powerful weapon against the digital deception that has shattered their world, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, the resilience of hope in the face of despair, a promise that the truth will prevail, that justice will be served. They are no longer just grieving clients, seeking solace in simulated memories. They are victims, demanding justice, their voices a rising tide that will wash away the digital ghosts and expose the dark heart of Thorne's empire. Inside Weaver's HQ server room at night. The server room hums with the rhythmic whirring of cooling fans and the blinking lights of countless processors, a digital heart beating in the darkness, a silent symphony of data streams and algorithms. Rows upon rows of servers stretch into the darkness, a digital forest pulsing with information, the secrets of Elysium Gate hidden within their circuits, waiting to be unearthed. Emily, guided by the schematics she downloaded earlier, navigates the maze of cables and blinking lights, her data pad clutched in her hand, her face illuminated by its faint glow, a digital ghost in a machine of her own making, a hacker navigating the labyrinth of Thorne's mind.
Let's see what you're hiding, Thorny. What secrets you're trying to bury.
Lines of code scroll across her data pad's screen, a complex tapestry of algorithms and subroutines, the digital DNA of Thorne's operation. She's deep inside his network now, tracing data streams, uncovering hidden connections, her digital senses heightened, her mind racing, piecing together the puzzle, following the digital breadcrumbs to the heart of Thorn's empire.
Project Chimera, deepfake simulations, blackmail protocols, contingency plans. He's been busy, very busy.
She reaches a cluster of servers, their lights blinking in a rhythmic pattern, a sequence that matches the code she found in Sarah's research notes, a hidden message from her mother, a digital breadcrumb trail leading her to the heart of Thorn's defenses. She connects her data pad, her fingers flying across the keyboard, bypassing security protocols, navigating the digital labyrinth with the skill and precision of a seasoned hacker, accessing the server's core programming, the inner sanctum of Thorn's digital fortress.
Almost there, just a few more layers.
Lines of code scroll across her datapad's screen, a complex tapestry of algorithms and subroutines, the digital Dina of Thorn's failsafe. She scans through the code, her eyes searching for the telltale signature of the failsafe program, a digital needle in a digital haystack.
There, Cerberus protocol, just as Mom predicted. She knew him, she knew how he thought.
She clicks on the file, and a window pops up, displaying the failsafe program's activation parameters. The program is set to trigger automatically if Thorn's biometric signature is deactivated, a chillingly efficient way to ensure his secrets die with him. A digital suicide pact, a final act of control in a world slipping away.
Damn it, he's covered all his bases. This is going to be tricky.
She knows she has to disable the failsafe, but the code is complex, layered with multiple levels of encryption and security protocols, a digital fortress within a digital fortress. She glances at the time display on her data pad, her heart sinking, the seconds ticking away, each one a measure of her dwindling time, a countdown to digital oblivion. Time is running out. Hartigan is closing in on Thorn, and if he captures him before she can disable the failsafe, all the evidence, all the data, everything they've worked for, everything her mother died for, will be lost forever.
Think, Emily, think. There has to be a way. Mom always said there's a back door, a hidden weakness.
She remembers a conversation with her mother years ago, a discussion about backdoors, hidden vulnerabilities in seemingly impenetrable systems, a lesson in digital security from a digital master. She remembers Sarah's words, her voice echoing in her memory, a ghostly presence guiding her through the digital labyrinth.
Every system has a weakness, Emily. Every code can be cracked. Every fortress has a back door. You just have to find it.
Emily closes her eyes, focusing on her mother's words, her voice a beacon in the darkness, a guiding light in the digital wilderness. She opens her eyes, her gaze fixed on the lines of code scrolling across her data pad, her mind racing, searching for the hidden weakness, the backdoor into Thorn's failsafe program, the key to unlocking the truth, the key to avenging her mother. Suddenly, a new window pops up on her data pad. Unauthorized access detected. System lockdown initiated. Thorn's tech team has found her digital footprint. They're closing in.
They found me. I'm running out of time.
She spots a small anomaly in the code, a repeating sequence of characters that looks out of place. A digital fingerprint, a hidden signature, a backdoor. She zooms in, analyzing the sequence, her fingers tracing the lines of code on the screen, her mind deciphering the complex algorithms, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. It's a backdoor, a hidden access point, just as her mother predicted, a digital inheritance, a legacy of truth and defiance.
Got it, thanks, Mom.
She quickly types a series of commands, exploiting the backdoor, bypassing the encryption, disabling the failsafe program, her fingers a blur across the keyboard. A digital symphony of defiance. A race against time. A battle against the encroaching darkness. A message flashes on her screen. Cerberus protocol deactivated. Emily breathes a sigh of relief, a wave of triumph washing over her. The tension momentarily broken, the victory sweet but fleeting. She's done it. She's saved the data. She's preserved the evidence. She's given her father the chance to bring Thorn to justice. She's honored her mother's legacy. She disconnects her datapad, gathers her equipment, and slips out of the server room, the rhythmic hum of the machines fading behind her, the digital sanctuary now a digital graveyard, Thorn's empire crumbling, his secrets exposed, his control slipping away. She's exhausted, but exhilarated, her renewed purpose driving her forward, her focus unwavering. She knows the fight isn't over, but she's won a crucial battle. She's saved the truth. And that's all that matters. Inside Weaver's HQ security room at night. The security room, a darkened space filled with the hum of technology and the glow of holographic displays, is a nerve center of surveillance and control. The head of security, a stern, imposing figure, watches a holographic display showing Emily navigating the server room. His face grim, his eyes narrowed, a digital predator tracking its prey through the electronic labyrinth. Lines of code scroll across a secondary display, a real-time feed of Emily's activity within Thorn's network, her progress alarmingly swift, her skills undeniable. A digital ghost haunting Thorn's machine.
She's good, too good. She's getting closer.
He turns to a nearby technician, his voice sharp, his tone brooking no argument, the master reprimanding his apprentice.
Isolate her signal. I want her location. Now?
The technician nods, his fingers flying across a control panel, the holographic display shifting. Zooming in on Emily's digital footprint. The digital hounds closing in, the net tightening around their prey.
Pinpointing her location now? She's in the main server room, accessing the Cerberus protocol.
The head of security's eyes widen, a flicker of alarm crossing his face, the realization of the danger, the potential consequences of Emily's actions.
Cerberus. Damn it, Thorn will have my head. Alert the enforcers. I want her apprehended. Alive. Thorn wants her alive.
He activates a communicator, his voice low and urgent, a call to arms, a mobilization of Thorn's digital forces.
We have a breach in the server room. The girl Emily Hartigan, she's attempting to disable the Cerberus protocol. Send a team to apprehend her. Level 4 authorization, and be discreet. This stays off the official record.
He closes the communicator, turns back to the holographic display, watching as Emily races against time to disable the failsafe, his face a mask of grim determination, a general watching a crucial battle unfold, the fate of his army hanging in the balance. His mind races, calculating the consequences of her success, the potential fallout for Thorn, for Elysium Gate, for the larger network of power and influence that Thorny is a part of. He activates a secure channel on his data pad, his fingers typing a coded message, a desperate plea for guidance, a whispered confession of his own fears.
We have a situation. The girl is attempting to disable Cerberus. Thorn is occupied. I've dispatched a team, but she's highly skilled. I'm not confident we can contain her. We may need to escalate. Awaiting further instructions.
He sends the message, then turns back to the holographic display, his eyes fixed on Emily's digital ghost, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, the fate of Thorn's empire, and perhaps his own, hanging in the balance. Inside Weaver's HQ holding cells at night. The holding cell is a cold, sterile box, the metallic walls reflecting the harsh glare of the overhead lights. Chen sits huddled on the floor, bruised and defeated, the weight of her capture pressing down on her. The silence is broken only by the hum of the ventilation system and the distant echo of approaching footsteps, a sound that brings a flicker of hope to her wary eyes. The door hisses open, revealing Hartigan, his face grim, his eyes determined.
Chen.
Detective.
Rescuing you.
He disables the electronic lock with a swift, practiced move. Chen steps out of the cell, her movements hesitant, her body stiff and sore.
But how?
Emily, she's good.
She's all right.
Safe, for now. Let's go.
They run down the corridor, the urgency of their escape propelling them forward. They reach a security checkpoint, a heavy steel door blocking their path, a tangible barrier between them and freedom. 2 guards stand before it, their weapons at the ready, their faces impassive.
Halt.
Hartigan charges forward, a whirlwind of motion, disarming one guard with a swift kick and using the stun baton to disable the other. He grabs the access card, swipes it, and the door hisses open, a small victory in their desperate flight.
Not bad, Detective.
Just trying to keep up.
They slip through the door, disappearing into the labyrinthine depths of Weaver's HQ. Inside Weaver's HQ corridor immediately after. Hartigan and Chen run through the darkened corridors, the alarms blaring, the flashing red lights casting an eerie glow on their determined faces, the hounds of technology snapping at their heels.
This way, elevator to the roof.
They race down the corridor, the sounds of pursuit growing closer, the pounding of their footsteps echoing the urgency of their escape. They reach the elevator. Hartigan presses the call button, the seconds stretching into an eternity. The doors slide open, and they step inside. Just as enforcers round the corner, their weapons spitting fire, a near miss, a brush with digital death. The enforcers open fire as the doors close. The metallic clang of the bullets against the closing doors, a stark reminder of the danger they face. Inside Weaver's HQ elevator immediately after. The elevator ascends, a metal box rising through the heart of the enemy's lair, the lights flickering ominously, creating a sense of unease.
That was close.
Too close.
The elevator lurches to a halt, plunging them into darkness, a sudden, jarring interruption in their escape, a moment of vulnerability in the heart of the machine.
What happened?
A power surge. We're on the 10th floor. Roof access is on the 12th. We have to take the stairs.
Stairs.
Inside Weaver's HQ stairwell immediately after. They climb the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the confined space, each step a measure of their progress, their determination, their hope. They reach the 12th floor, the roof access door a final barrier between them and freedom, but it's locked. Chen examines the door panel, her tech skills their only hope.
Electrified lock.
Hartigan pulls out a lock pick and quickly picks the lock, his analog skills a surprising asset in this digital world. The door hisses open, revealing a glimpse of the stormy night sky beyond. Inside Weaver's HQ roof immediately after. They emerge onto the rooftop, wind whipping, rain lashing down, the city lights a blurred, distant panorama, a chaotic, elemental landscape mirroring the storm within them. A helicopter waits, its rotor spinning, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Thorn stands beside it, his face contorted in rage, a thwarted god, his power slipping away.
You can't escape.
Hartigan pulls Chen towards the helicopter, their movements swift and determined. They climb inside, just as Thorn's enforcers burst onto the rooftop, their weapons raised, their faces grim, the digital hounds unleashed, but too late. The helicopter lifts off, rising above the rooftop, above the city, above Thorn's reach, a symbol of their escape, their defiance, their victory. Hartigan looks down at Thorn, then at Chen, a silent acknowledgement of their shared escape, their shared resilience, their shared hope. They've escaped, but the fight is far from over. Inside Weaver's office at night. The office is dark, the only light emanating from the glow of Thorn's computer screen and the flickering holographic display on the wall, which currently cycles through a chaotic stream of data, a visual representation of the digital battle raging within the network. Emily stands before Thorny's desk, her laptop connected to his computer, lines of code scrolling across both screens, mirroring each other in a silent, digital duel. Her face is illuminated by the glow of the screens, her brow furrowed in concentration, her fingers flying across the keyboard, a hacker in the enemy's lair, a digital warrior breaching the walls of the fortress.
Almost.
She's deep inside Thorn's network, navigating through layers of encryption, bypassing security protocols, racing against time to disable the failsafe program, the Cerberus protocol. Before it erases all the evidence of Thorn's crimes, a digital thief attempting to steal the keys to the kingdom. She can feel Thorn's digital presence, a shadowy figure lurking in the depths of the network, trying to block her, to push her out, to protect his secrets, a digital ghost haunting his own machine. But Emily is relentless, her determination fueled by her father's plight, by her mother's memory, by her own unwavering commitment to the truth, a digital warrior fueled by love, loss, and a thirst for justice.
Come on, I'm so close.
A progress bar creeps across her laptop screen, agonizingly slow, a visual representation of the ticking clock, the mounting tension, the dwindling hope. Sweat beads on her forehead, her heart pounding in her chest, the physical manifestations of her digital struggle. She glances at the time display on her laptop, the seconds ticking away, each one a precious commodity. She knows Hartigan is confronting Thorn, that the fate of the evidence, the future of their fight, hangs in the balance. Suddenly, a warning message flashes on her screen, failsafe activation imminent. Emily's heart skips a beat, a jolt of adrenaline surging through her veins. She's running out of time.
Damn it, I have to hurry.
She types faster, her fingers a blur across the keyboard, the lines of code scrolling even faster, a digital storm raging within the confines of Thorn's system, a whirlwind of data and algorithms. She's close, she can feel it, but the failsafe is about to trigger, the data about to be erased, their hopes about to be dashed.
Just a little further, almost.
She finds the final layer of encryption, a complex algorithm designed to protect the failsafe's core programming, the last lock on the door, the final barrier between her and the truth. She hesitates for a moment, her mind racing, searching for the key, the solution, the way in. She remembers her mother's research, her notes on Thorn's coding style, his idiosyncrasies, his vulnerabilities, a ghost from the past offering guidance, a digital inheritance of knowledge and skill. She remembers a specific sequence, a pattern her mother had identified, a hidden backdoor into Thorn's most secure systems, a secret passage, a hidden key, a whisper from beyond the digital grave.
Mom, I hope you're right.
She types the sequence, her fingers trembling slightly, the fate of everything resting on this one. Desperate gamble, a digital prayer, a whispered hope. The screen freezes for a moment, a pregnant pause in the digital duel. Then a new window pops up, displaying the failsafe's core programming, the heart of the beast exposed, the secrets laid bare. She's in.
Yeah.
She quickly types a series of commands, disabling the failsafe, severing the connection between Thorne's biometric signature and the data erasure protocol, a swift, decisive blow, a surgical strike at the heart of Thorne's defenses. A message flashes on her screen. Felsafe deactivated. A wave of relief washes over her, so intense it almost brings her to her knees, the tension breaking, the victory won. She's done it. She's saved the data.
It's safe. It's all safe.
She leans back in Thorne's chair, her exhaustion giving way to a surge of triumph. The warrior victorious, the hacker triumphant. She's beaten Thorne at his own game. She's outsmarted him, outmaneuvered him, out-hacked him. She's secured the evidence. She's given her father the ammunition he needs to bring Thorne down. She's avenged her mother's memory. She closes her eyes, a single tear rolling down her cheek, a mixture of relief, exhaustion, and triumph. She's won. For now. Inside police station interrogation room at night. The room is stark, illuminated by a single overhead light, the harsh glare emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Captain Reynolds sits at the table, her face grim, a stack of files before her, the weight of unanswered questions, unresolved cases, a career spent chasing shadows. Hartigan and Emily stand opposite her, their faces etched with exhaustion, but their eyes burning with a quiet determination. Two warriors who have fought a long and difficult battle, and are now ready to present their spoils of war.
We have everything you need, Captain. The evidence is irrefutable.
He places Thorne's laptop on the table, its screen displaying the decrypted files, the video logs, the financial records, the undeniable proof of Thorne's crimes, laid bare for all to see. Emily places a data chip beside the laptop, containing the surveillance footage she retrieved from Elysium Gate, a digital smoking gun.
This chip contains footage of Thorne's enforcers threatening Senator Lawson, as well as evidence of his illegal activities within Elysium Gate.
Captain Reynolds picks up the data chip, examines it closely, then inserts it into a holographic projector. The interrogation room transforms into a makeshift courtroom, the sterile walls now displaying the incriminating footage, the faces of Thorne's victims, the digital ghosts of their lost loved ones, a spectral jury bearing witness to Thorne's crimes.
This is damning.
It's the truth, Captain. The truth Thorne tried to bury. The truth he killed to protect.
Captain Reynolds looks at Hartigan, her eyes filled with a mixture of regret and respect, a warrior acknowledging the skill and determination of another.
I was wrong, Detective. I underestimated you. I underestimated the power of human intuition.
Intuition and a little help from technology.
He glances at Emily, a faint smile playing on his lips. Emily smiles back, a silent acknowledgement of their shared victory, their combined efforts bridging the gap between the analog and the digital, the past and the present.
I'm issuing warrants for the arrest of Dr. Thorne and all his associates. This nightmare is finally over.
It's not over, Captain. Not yet. There are others. Corrupt officials, politicians, business leaders, all complicit in Thorne's scheme. They need to be held accountable, too.
Captain Reynolds hesitates, her face hardening, the realization that the web of corruption spreads wider than she imagined, the daunting task that lies ahead.
This goes deep, Detective. Deeper than we thought. Are you sure you want to pursue this?
I have to, Captain. For Sarah. For Lawson. For all the victims of Thorne's deception.
We have the evidence, Captain. We can expose them all.
Captain Reynolds looks at Emily, then back at Hartigan, her resolve hardening, a leader accepting the challenge, ready to face the darkness.
All right. I'll authorize a full investigation. But be careful, Detective. This is dangerous territory.
I know, Captain. But I'm not afraid.
He turns to Emily, his eyes filled with a quiet determination two warriors ready to continue their fight.
Let's do this.
Inside police station bullpen later. The bullpen is a hive of activity, officers rushing back and forth, phones ringing, keyboards clattering, a symphony of law enforcement in action. Hartigan and Emily watch from the sidelines as Thorne and his enforcers are brought in, their faces grim. Their hands cuffed behind their backs, the fallen king and his defeated army, their digital empire crumbling around them. A group of reporters swarms around them, their cameras flashing, their microphones thrust forward, eager to capture the downfall of the digital puppeteer, the vultures circling the carcass of Thorne's shattered empire. Emily turns to Hartigan, her voice filled with a quiet triumph.
We did it, Dad.
Hartigan nods, his eyes fixed on Thorne, his face a mask of cold satisfaction. Justice has been served. Vindication is sweet, but the fight is far from over. He knows that the seductive allure of digital deception, the power of technology to manipulate and control, that power is still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity. He knows he'll have to keep fighting, keep pushing, keep searching for the truth, even in the darkest corners of the digital world. He knows he'll have to keep honoring Sarah's memory, keep protecting Emily, keep upholding the values his father instilled in him. He knows he'll have to keep fighting for the future, a future where truth and justice prevail, a future where the human spirit triumphs over the seductive allure of the digital ghost. Inside police station press conference during the day. The room is packed with reporters, their holographic cameras flashing, their microphones extended, eager to capture every word, a swarm of digital locusts hungry for information. The air crackles with anticipation, the room buzzing with the energy of a scandal about to break, a conspiracy about to be exposed. Captain Reynolds stands at a podium, her face grim, her voice firm and resolute, a warrior ready to deliver the news of a hard-won victory. Beside her, holographic displays show images of Thorne, his enforcers, and the distorted faces of the deepfake victims, a chilling reminder of the digital deception that has shaken the city, the ghosts of Thorne's crimes hovering in the sterile air.
Good morning. I'm here today to announce the arrest of Dr. Leas Thorne, founder and CEO of Elysium Gate, and several of his associates. They have been charged with multiple counts of blackmail, extortion, and conspiracy to commit murder, including the murder of Senator Michael Lawson.
The reporters murmur, their cameras flashing, the news spreading through the digital networks, rippling outwards, a shockwave of truth and justice.
This arrest is the culmination of a complex and challenging investigation, one that has exposed a deep and disturbing conspiracy, a conspiracy that has exploited the grief and vulnerability of many of our city's citizens, a conspiracy that has shaken the very foundations of our trust in technology and the institutions that govern us. I want to assure the public that we are committed to uncovering the full extent of this conspiracy and bringing all those responsible to justice.
She pauses, her gaze sweeping across the assembled reporters, her eyes meeting theirs, her message clear, her resolve unwavering.
I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary work of Detective Jack Hartigan and Ms. Ava Chen, whose tireless efforts and unwavering dedication to the truth have been instrumental in exposing this conspiracy. They have shown us that even in the face of overwhelming odds, even in a world where reality itself can be manipulated and distorted, the truth will always prevail. Their courage and their commitment to justice serve as an inspiration to us all.
A reporter raises their hand.
Captain Reynolds, can you comment on the rumors of a larger conspiracy? Is Dr. Thorne just a pawn in a bigger game?
Captain Reynolds hesitates, her face hardening, her eyes narrowing, a shadow of doubt crossing her face.
Our investigation is ongoing. We are pursuing all leads, and we will not rest until all those responsible are brought to justice. No matter how powerful, no matter how well connected, no matter how deeply hidden they may be.
She looks directly into the camera, her gaze steely, her message clear, a warning to those who still lurk in the shadows, those who think they are beyond the reach of the law, those who believe they can control the narrative, those who think they can manipulate the truth, those who play God with people's lives.
The truth will always come to light. Justice will always prevail, and we will not stop until we have exposed every lie, every deception, every conspiracy that threatens the safety and security of our city, our future, our humanity.
The reporters scribble notes, their cameras flashing, their minds racing, the questions swirling, the implications far-reaching, the story far from over, the digital hounds unleashed, eager to chase the next scent of scandal. The press conference ends, the reporters dispersing, their holographic cameras and microphones retracting, the room slowly emptying, the silence broken only by the hum of the holographic displays. The images of Thorne and his associates a stark reminder of the digital darkness that still lurks beneath the surface of their simulated reality, a darkness that Hartigan, Chen, and Emily are now committed to exposing, no matter the cost. Inside Weaver's penthouse at night. The penthouse is sleek, minimalist, and cold, a sterile monument to Thorne's ego. Floor to ceiling windows offer a breathtaking panorama of the city lights glittering below, a kingdom built on lies, a digital empire on the brink of collapse. Thorne stands before the panoramic window, a glass of amber liquid in hand, seemingly unfazed by the distant sirens, a king surveying his crumbling domain, a predator awaiting his final confrontation. The door hisses open and Hartigan enters, gun drawn, his face grim, his eyes locked on Thorne, a hunter entering the lion's den, a warrior ready for battle. Thorne turns, a cold smile playing on his lips, the mask of a predator, confident in his own power.
Detective Hartigan, so predictable, like a moth to a digital flame.
It's over, Thorne.
Thorne raises his glass, a gesture of defiance in the face of defeat.
Grief is eternal, Detective. I simply harnessed its power. Project Chimera was just the beginning. Imagine a world where loss is merely an illusion, where I control death itself.
You exploit pain, Thorne. Sarah knew that. That's why you silenced her.
Sarah was a fool. She clung to the past. She couldn't see the future I was building. A future free from pain. A weakness I exploited just like I'm exploiting yours.
He gestures towards a holographic projector, a weapon of manipulation, a tool of deception.
But one last reunion, Detective. A chance to say goodbye.
The projector wears to life, the soft hum a prelude to the digital resurrection. The image of Sarah shimmers into existence, a digital ghost conjured from the depths of Hartigan's grief, a phantom offering the false promise of solace.
Jackie, it's so good to see you.
Hartigan's grip tightens on his gun, his knuckles white, his resolve tested by the seductive power of the illusion. He stares at the holographic Sarah, takes a step towards her, then hesitates, his heart warring with his head, his love for Sarah battling against his knowledge of the deception.
She's waiting, Detective. Let go. Embrace the illusion. Join me, Hartigan. Help me build a better world, a world without end.
Suddenly, the penthouse lights flicker. The holographic Sarah glitches, her image fragmenting, the illusion shattering, the digital ghost dissolving. The city lights below blink out, plunging the penthouse into darkness, Thorne's world collapsing around him. Thorne's smile vanishes, replaced by fear, the predator becoming the prey.
What's happening?
Impossible. The failsafe, She shouldn't have been able to.
Hello, Elias. You forgot one thing, Thorn. My mother taught me everything you know.
The holographic display flickers, then shows Emily's face, the digital ghost of his nemesis, a daughter avenging her mother.
And I know how to break your toys.
The penthouse lights surge back on, revealing Chen standing beside Thorn, a small device in her hand. The saboteur revealed, the digital warrior victorious. Thorn lunges for her, but Hartigan intercepts him, knocking him to the ground, the hunter taking down his prey. Police sirens wail outside, a chorus of approaching justice.
You're under arrest, Thorn. For Lawson's murder. For Sarah's murder.
Thorn glares at Hartigan, then at Emily's image, his face a mask of rage and defeat, a fallen god, his empire in ruins. The door hisses open, and police officers swarm in, their weapons drawn, their faces grim, the agents of justice arriving to claim their prize.
Take him. He's more dangerous than he looks.
As Thorn is led away, his reign of digital terror over, Hartigan looks at the holographic Sarah, her image fading, a final goodbye to the digital ghost of his beloved wife, a bittersweet farewell, a silent promise of justice served. Inside police station bullpen during the day. The bullpen buzzes with activity, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards and the murmur of conversations filling the air, a symphony of information and activity. The gears of justice slowly turning. News reports about Thorn's arrest and the Elysium Gate scandal flicker across holographic displays, the city buzzing with the news, the digital world buzzing with speculation and outrage. Hartigan stands at his desk, sorting through a mountain of paperwork, the remnants of the Thorn case, the physical weight of the evidence, a tangible reminder of the digital deception he has helped to expose, a testament to his and Emily's combined efforts. He looks up as Emily enters, her face carrying a mix of hesitation and hope, her eyes searching his, a silent question hanging in the air, a daughter seeking connection with her father.
Dad, can we talk?
Hartigan nods, gesturing towards the chairs in front of his desk, the simple act an invitation to bridge the distance that has grown between them, a distance created by grief, misunderstanding, and his own stubborn refusal to embrace her world. They sit, an awkward silence hanging between them, the unspoken words heavier than the mountain of paperwork on Hartigan's desk.
I wanted to thank you for everything, for trusting me, for being there, for coming back.
Hartigan looks at Emily, his eyes softening, the years of regret and guilt melting away, replaced by a warmth, a love, a connection he thought he had lost forever.
I should be thanking you, Emily. You saved me. You and Chen. You saved us all. You were right about everything. About your mother, about Thorny, about the future.
We did it together, Dad. Just like Mom would have wanted. She would have been so proud of you, of us.
Hartigan nods, the mention of Sarah bringing a familiar pang of grief, a sharp H in his heart, but it's tempered by a sense of gratitude, a recognition of the strength and resilience they both inherited from her, a legacy of truth, courage, and unwavering love.
I know I haven't been the best father, Emily. Not since your mother.
I know, Dad. It's okay. Understand. You were hurting. We both were.
No, it's not okay. I pushed you away. I shut you out. I was afraid. Afraid of the technology, afraid of the future, afraid of losing you, too.
I know you were hurting, Dad. I know you still are. But I'm here. We're here, together.
Hartigan looks at Emily, his eyes filled with a love and gratitude he can barely express, the words catching in his throat, his voice thick with emotion.
I still am Emily. But I'm learning to live with it. To honor Mom's memory by living my life. By being a better father to you. By finally letting go.
I know you are, Dad. I love you.
She reaches out, her hand covering his, a gesture of forgiveness, of understanding, of love, a bridge built between father and daughter, a connection forged in shared grief and loss. Hartigan squeezes her hand, his own calloused fingers interlacing with hers, a silent understanding passing between them, a bridge built across the chasm of their past hurts, a new beginning forged in shared grief, and a newfound connection. Chen enters the bullpen, her data pad clutched in her hand, a confident smile on her face, a digital warrior returning from the battlefield, victorious and empowered. Her eyes shine with a quiet triumph.
Detective Hartigan, Captain Reynolds wants to see you. And you too, Miss Hartigan.
What's this about?
She wants to offer me a job. A permanent position on the newly formed Deepfake Task Force. Someone has to keep these digital ghosts in check.
Hartigan and Emily exchange a look of surprise and delight, a shared moment of happiness in a world still reeling from Thorne's deception, a world slowly beginning to heal.
That's great news, Chen. You deserve it.
Congratulations. That's amazing.
And Captain Reynolds said you'll be my partner, detective. Whether you like it or not. Someone's got to teach you old dogs new tricks.
Hartigan chuckles, shaking his head, a genuine smile spreading across his face, a smile that reaches his eyes, a smile that reflects his newfound hope, his renewed sense of purpose.
I guess I'm learning to embrace the future. One bite at a time.
Good, because it's coming, detective. Ready or not.
Hartigan looks at Chen, then at Emily, a sense of hope and renewed purpose filling his heart, a sense of belonging, a sense of family, a sense of peace. He's lost so much, but he's also gained something precious, a rekindled relationship with his daughter, a newfound respect for the power of technology, and a partner who understands the digital world, a world that is both terrifying and full of possibilities, a world he is now ready to face together. He pulls the small wooden bird from his pocket, looks at it thoughtfully, then offers it to Emily, a tangible symbol of their shared past, their shared grief, their shared hope for the future.
This is for you, Emily. Your mother, she would have wanted you to have it.
Emily takes the bird, her fingers closing around its delicate form, her eyes filling with tears, a mixture of grief and gratitude, a tangible connection to her mother's memory, a symbol of hope and healing. She understands. The bird is a symbol of hope, of resilience, of letting go, of moving forward, of embracing the future, a future she will now face with her father by her side, a future they will build together, a future where truth and justice prevail. Inside Captain Reynolds' office during the day, Hartigan, Emily, and Chen stand before Captain Reynolds, her face stern but with a hint of a smile, a flicker of respect in her eyes, a leader acknowledging the courage and dedication of her officers, a recognition of their shared victory.
Welcome to the team, Ms. Chen. We're lucky to have you. You've done remarkable work.
Thank you, Captain. I'm honored to be here. I'm ready to get to work.
And Detective, I'm reinstating you. Effective immediately. You and Ms. Chen will be leading the Deepfake Task Force. I expect great things from both of you. You've both proven your worth beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Hartigan nods, his heart filled with a quiet vindication, a sense of closure, a sense of belonging, a warrior returning to the battlefield, ready to continue the fight. He's back where he belongs, fighting for justice, protecting the city he loves, honoring the memory of the woman he lost, the woman who brought him and Emily back together, the woman whose spirit lives on in their shared determination to expose the truth, no matter the cost. He looks at Emily, her eyes shining with pride, and he knows he's finally on the right path, a path towards healing, towards hope, towards a future where truth and justice prevail, a future he will face with his daughter by his side, a future Sarah would have wanted for them both. Outside cemetery during the day. Sunlight dapples through the leaves of ancient oak trees, casting long, dancing shadows across weathered headstones, a serene, timeless landscape, a place of rest and remembrance. Hartigan stands before Sarah's grave, his face etched with grief, but softened by acceptance. The sharp edges of his pain dulled by the passage of time. He places a single, white lily on the smooth, gray stone, a simple gesture of love, a silent tribute to a life lost, a life remembered. He opens his worn leather notebook, a trusted companion, a repository of memories and emotions, flips to a blank page, and begins to write, each word a step forward on the path towards healing, towards acceptance, towards a future without Sarah, but a future shaped by her love, her courage, her unwavering belief in the power of truth. He writes about the case, about Thorne, about Chen, about Emily, about the dangers of technology, about Sarah, about his grief, about his newfound peace. He writes about embracing the future, a future he once feared, a future he now embraces, a future dedicated to honoring Sarah's memory. He closes the notebook, a silent closing of a chapter in his life, takes a picture of the page with his phone, a digital copy of his analog emotions, a bridge between two worlds, and places a smooth, gray skip stone on Sarah's grave, a simple, tangible gesture of remembrance, a small stone skipping across the waters of time and memory.
The world's changed, Sarah, but truth and love endure. You endure. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm embracing the future like you did. I'm free. And I know you'd be proud.
He walks away, head high, the small wooden bird nestled safely in his pocket, a symbol of hope, a reminder of his daughter, a talisman for the future, a man finally at peace with his past, ready to embrace the future, a future where truth and love endure.